l'épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Let the doors be open, qu'on l'ouvre les portes. Déclaration de députés, statements by members. The honourable member from Scarborough North.
Monsieur le Président, I rise today during Tamil Heritage Month to recognize the invaluable contributions of Tamil Canadians to our great nation. From the arts and sciences to business and community service, Tamils have played a pivotal role in shaping the cultural mosaic that defines Canada. Every January, Canadians are encouraged to learn about and appreciate the vibrant culture, histories, and traditions of the Tamil diaspora. Last Sunday, I enjoyed the sights and sounds of Indian classical dance at Tamil Heritage Month celebrations in my riding of Scarborough North. Organized by the Transnational Government of Tamil Eelam and the Tamil Heritage Month Council, the event also highlighted the ongoing struggle for accountability and reconciliation for the Tamil people. As Canadians, let us reaffirm our commitment to peace and justice and stand together in solidarity with Tamil communities from coast to coast to coast. Nandri Vanakkam.
The honourable member from Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Well, after 8 years, more than half of all Canadians are struggling just to cover their mortgage or rent, food, home heating, and gasoline. Taxes and the inflation that's caused by taxes, wasteful spending, and deficits are crushing Canada's middle class and those desperately trying to cling to it. And for those Canadians who have even just a little bit left over at the end of the month after paying their bills and who want to enjoy a basic middle class indulgence, like a night out for dinner and a bottle of wine with a loved one, or a beer with some buddies while watching a game, this NDP Liberal government is going to raise the taxes on beer, wine, and spirits again for the 8th year in a row on April 1st. I call on all MPs from all parties to support my private member's bill, Bill C-266, and let Parliament have the final say on taxes instead of letting the government raise them automatically, and let's bring happy hour back for working Canadians.
Hear, hear. The honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, President Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, comes to Canada last year and signs a Canada-Ukraine trade agreement. People around the world, Mr. Speaker, in solidarity, in support of Ukraine. Right. And we all have a role to play. Every member in every political party has a role to play. This Friday, we are going to be debating the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement again. Right. We are hoping that all members of all political parties can get behind the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement, Mr. Speaker. What we should be doing is we should be saying no to the mega right and yes to trade, Mr. Speaker. And I am calling on all members of this chamber to vote in favor of the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement. Hear, hear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Thank you. I'm happy today to pay tribute to an excellent citizen of my riding of Montarville, Sandra Beauregard, who is the founder, president of the Community Garden. It's an organization that promotes not only gardening, but also respect for nature and healthy life habits, especially through healthy nutrition. She is a leader. She promotes gardening, and she contributes greatly to the community. That's why Ms. Beauregard received the Garden Hero Prize last week from the Canadian Gardening Organization. She is the only Quebecois recipient of this prize. I'm very happy to make this statement 1 week before the community garden starts up its activities again. Congratulations, Ms. Beauregard, and congratulations to the organization and all of its members.
It's been 116 days since the October 7th attacks, 116 days of hostilities, violence, and an ever-escalating humanitarian crisis in Gaza. I continue to be in full support of a complete and sustainable ceasefire. Hamas must surrender and release all hostages. More humanitarian aid must reach civilians, and innocent people must be protected, particularly children who have suffered the worst consequences of this war. I'm grateful for our government's decision to increase the humanitarian assistance being provided to Gaza, now over $100 million, with Canada providing an additional $40 million in humanitarian aid and support to address the urgent needs of the Gaza Strip. We also have an obligation to ensure that Canadians can reunite with family members in the Middle East. In the case of journalist Mansour Schuman, I hope for his safe return to his family in Canada as quickly as possible. I'm proud that our Prime Minister has pushed back against Netanyahu's reckless rejection of a two-state solution. Indeed, the only way forward for Palestinians and Israelis is to have an internationally recognized Palestinian state that is safe and secure with borders. We believe in a two-state solution. We believe that peace is possible.
Good job, Eddie. The honourable member from Sturgeon River Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, last week the federal court issued a damning indictment against this NDP Liberal government. A federal court has ruled that they violated the rights of Canadians by invoking the Emergencies Act to quell protests in Ottawa. In the words of the judge, quote, there was no national emergency justifying the use of the Emergencies Act. Canadians deserve answers, and that's why tomorrow at the Public Safety Committee, Conservatives are demanding an investigation into this government for their fundamental breach of Canadians' basic human rights. After 8 years of this Liberal government, Canadians have no trust that these Liberals will defend their rights. So much for being the party of the Charter. The Prime Minister suspended civil liberties. He froze Canadians' bank accounts, and he demonized Canadians who opposed these Liberals' policies. He needs to be held accountable. Conservatives will fight for answers, for transparency, and for accountability. And when will these NDPs stop supporting these liberty-crushing Liberals and finally take a stand to hold this government accountable?
The honourable member from Ottawa Centre.
To remember a member of my community of Ottawa Centre that has tragically passed away after giving so much to this place as a member of the Parliamentary Translation Services team. Katie Thompson was a Hansard translator who spent 16 years working diligently to provide us all with the expert-level translation services we have come to expect in this House. Over the course of her work, Katie contributed substantially to our parliamentary record. While she may have left us at the too young age of 41, her translations will live on forever in the historical record of our democracy. Her family, colleagues, and her entire community here in Ottawa Centre and at home in Thunder Bay are so proud of her. While she was taken away from us from this world too soon, Katie had an incredible impact on the people she worked with, and I would like to take this opportunity to say a final thank you to Katie and to celebrate the work she has done. Thank you.
The honourable member from Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to send best wishes to Mitzi Hudson on the occasion of her 100th birthday. Mitzi turned 100 on December 9th. Born in Slovenia, Mitzi landed in Norman Wells in 1955. Without knowing a word of English, she began working in the Imperial Oil Mess Hall. It was here that Mitzi met the love of her life, Eddie Hudson. Mitzi has worn many hats over the years, from working in the hospital, owning a hotel, and countless hours volunteering in the church. Mitzi is fluent in 4 languages and is an accomplished seamstress, dancer, gardener, and baker. Her cherry cheesecake was once auctioned for $1,400. Mitzi is an unsung hero, and her selfless character and genuine kindness is why she has such a vast network of friends and admirers. Along with 2 children, 4 grandchildren, and 4 great-grandchildren, and many, many other friends and family, I want to wish Mitzi a very happy 100th birthday.
The honourable member from Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years, Northern Canadians have learned the hard way that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Northwest Territories Premier R.J. Simpson recently said, the costs are already high. Higher costs are not the solution up here. Adam and Chris from Yellowknife handed me their monthly heating bills of $1,400, $1,700, and $2,100 because of this Prime Minister's carbon tax. But Northerners have a choice next election, Mr. Speaker. On one side, they have a costly coalition, NDP Liberal government, who have driven up heating costs in the north because of their carbon tax, broken housing promises because 0 homes built in Nunavut last year, doubled the national debt with little northern infrastructure to show for it, and doubled violent crimes across Canada. On our side, we have a common sense plan that we, along with our leader, will axe the tax, we'll build better homes, we'll fix the budget and stop the crime, and we'll bring it home.
The honourable member from Fredericton.
Mr. Speaker, January 4th in Canada is National Ribbon Skirt Day. This day is the culmination of the hard work of Bella the Brain, of Cote First Nation and Indigenous peoples across Turtle Island, of Senator Mary Jane McCullum, and both houses of Parliament that offered unanimous support for a day that celebrates and uplifts Indigenous women, girls, and two-spirited peoples from coast to coast to coast. Each year, the movement grows bigger. Reconciliation is a complex and multifaceted process. National Ribbon Skirt Day is but one piece of this important puzzle. Let me quote from the legislation. Whereas Indigenous women are life givers and are entrusted with the traditional knowledge to care for their families, their communities, and the environment. Whereas the ribbon skirt is a centuries-old spiritual symbol of womanhood, identity, adaptation, and survival, and is a way for women to honor themselves and their culture. Whereas the ribbon skirt represents a direct connection to Mother Earth and its sacred medicines. This recognition is enshrined in law, Mr. Speaker. Canada has come a very long way. Keep rocking those ribbon skirts.
The honourable member from Edmonton, Wetaskiwin.
Axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime. 12 words, 4 straightforward conservative promises that have Liberal MPs in panic mode. Sloganeering, they protest, as though their own Prime Minister doesn't spew meaningless catchphrases like a pull-string doll. We've got Canadians' backs. The laughable, we took on debt so Canadians wouldn't have to. And everyone's favorite, the budget will balance itself. In the real world, as JFK once said, things do not happen. Things are made to happen. These 12 words are about making things happen. Each short promise packs in an action towards a positive outcome on a critical issue for Canadians. Axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime. Whether it happens this spring, next winter, or in the fall of 2025, a strong Conservative government will restore common sense to Ottawa. And with that common sense, hope for a better life for all Canadians.
The honourable member from Cumberland, Colchester.
40% of Nova Scotia households are struggling to pay their electricity bill, making Nova Scotia choose between eating and heating. And we all know, sadly, that 2 million Canadians visit a food bank every month. The NDP Liberal coalition policies have also failed to provide affordable housing in Canada. In December, rents are at their highest level ever, skyrocketing to $2,178. This has doubled under this Prime Minister. And let's talk crime. Since this Prime Minister was first elected, car thefts across Canada have increased dramatically. They have doubled in Montreal and tripled in Toronto. Canadians will have a very simple choice in the next election. On the one hand, you'll have the costly coalition of the NDPs and Liberals who will take your money, tax your food, punish your work, double your housing costs, and unleash crime and chaos in your community. Or you can have the common sense Conservatives who will axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, stop the crime. That's the choice, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. If I could just ask members, please, to try to keep their conversations down, to be a little quieter, so that the Speaker can hear the honourable members make their declarations.
The honourable member for Nickelbelt.
Everyone should file their income tax before April 30th to receive the credit benefits they're entitled. For example, the quarterly issued carbon rebate in Ontario is for all taxpayers, and it's a tax-free benefit to offset the cost of federal pollution pricing. Experts around the world agree that pricing pollution works. It is just one way Canada is fighting pollution. Carbon rebate quarterly payment went out January 15th and the next April 15th. 2023 payments for family of 4 in Ontario is $976. Those a couple is $732, and an adult living alone is $488. Merci au bénévole.
Thank you to volunteers at free tax clinics across Nickelbelt. You are essential in helping people on low and modest incomes access the significant benefits that they're eligible for. Future generations deserve a strong economy, one that attracts green investment and protects the environment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Winnipeg Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the legacy of Canadian policies designed to kill the Indian in the child still impacts our families. There are more Indigenous kids in child welfare today than at the height of residential schools. In Manitoba, over 90% are Indigenous. That is why I was proud, along with my colleague Benita Zarello and the NDP, to amend Bill C-3.
I'd like to just remind members, and I'll ask the member to start her statement again because I know that she should be doing this, but it is, of course, tradition that we do not mention the name of members of Parliament, but we refer to them by their riding. So I'll ask the honourable member from Winnipeg Centre to start again.
Mr. Speaker, the legacy of Canadian policies designed to kill the Indian in the child still impacts our families. There are more Indigenous kids in child welfare today than at the height of residential schools. In Manitoba, over 90% are Indigenous. That is why I was proud, along with my colleague from Port Moody, Coquitlam, and the NDP, to amend Bill C-318 to provide EI benefits for kinship and customary care. I was concerned that the Liberal members abstained from voting, but not surprised considering they voted against our amendment to affirm the free, prior, and informed consent of Indigenous parents in the national child care legislation. If this current government is not ready to give our kids back, then their words of reconciliation are empty. The government must uphold Bill C-15, which mandates the government to take all measures necessary to ensure that the laws of Canada are consistent with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Today, I would like to pay tribute to 6 Quebecers whose lives were tragically and unjustly taken in the terrorist attacks in Ouagadougou on January 15, 2016. They were a family from my riding, 4 members of a family from Lac-Beauport community. Yves Carrier, his wife Gladys Chamberlain, their children, Charles-Élie Carrier and Maude Carrier, and 2 friends from the Quebec City region, Suzanne Bernier and Louis Chabot. They went there to build a school. But let us remember that they were ambassadors for peace, individuals committed to promoting understanding and unity between peoples and cultures. Let us remember the love and tolerance that they exemplified. Let us join to defend the values that were dear to their hearts. Let us together fight darkness with the light of solidarity, compassion, and humanism. Let's find the strength that we need to build a world where peace prevails over hatred. Gladys, Yves, Charles-Élie, Maude, Louis, and Suzanne. I regret to have to interrupt members during their declarations, but they must keep it under 60 seconds. The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this government, the damage is staggering. Economic recession on the horizon. Canada's worst housing crisis ever. The crime rate is up 38%, 40%, and the estimates are through the roof. Canadians deserve better. They have a choice between a minority Liberal government that's in coalition with the NDP. But worse still, Quebecers have been hoodwinked by the Bloc Québécois, which supports the Liberals' wasteful spending and supports, among other things, the second carbon tax. The Bloc Québécois wants it to be drastically increased. Canadians have 2 choices in the next election. They could be stuck with this Liberal government again, which is kept in power by the Bloc and the NDP, or their other choice, the Conservative Party of Canada, which has a plan to axe the tax, build the houses, fix the budget, and stop the crime. The choice is very clear. Canadians deserve a government that will work for them and bring back our national pride. That's common sense, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Longueuil, Charles-Lemoine.
Mr. Speaker, today marks the last day of Canada's first ever National Firefighter Cancer Awareness Month. It is also on this very day, 2 years ago, that I introduced my private member's bill, which became law in June, to establish a national framework for the prevention and treatment of cancers linked to firefighting, and to make every January Firefighter Cancer Awareness Month throughout Canada. bringing increased public awareness to occupational cancers in the fire service, which account for over 85% of all duty-related deaths among Canada's firefighters. It is crucial to promote best practices that can help mitigate the risks.
This public awareness is essential in order to ensure that the men and women who put their health and their safety at risk are regularly screened and receive timely treatment in the event of a cancer diagnosis. Thank you to the firefighters in my riding of Longueuil-Charlemagne and to firefighters across Canada for their sacrifice, and know that your health and your well-being are important to us. Thank you.
Oral questions orales. L'honorable chef de l'opposition.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. Our priorities are clear. We're going to axe the tax-billed homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. On the latest point, the Prime Minister has presenting himself as the great hero when it comes to auto theft. There is a 38% increase in auto thefts since he came into power. The penalties are light. Our ports are badly managed. Will he reverse his policies that have led to the crisis in the auto sector instead of having yet another summit? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the former Conservative government cut programs to protect civilians, be it auto theft and cutting ports. We are investing to ensure that we can be there to keep Canadians safe and protect Canadians from being victims of crime. We will continue our work and our investments. We will work with partners, and we will take action. The Conservative leader is putting forth slogans and easy solutions that aren't real solutions. We will do the necessary work. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. Perhaps the fact that his policies are more costly. It's true, much more costly. And there was less spent for fewer thefts. 2/3 less thefts in Toronto in 2015 when he took power. He's letting car thieves off lightly, and he's not managing federal ports properly. Will he reverse the policies that have led to this crisis? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Everything is being done to fight auto theft. There is a national summit on combating car theft, which is bringing together the various leaders from the different sectors and jurisdictions to address the problem. We are already getting results. Our border services officers have already stopped the theft of 1,600 cars in 2023. We will continue to do the work while the Conservatives are making political attacks.
The Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, our priorities are clear. We're going to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime. Stop the auto theft that has run rampant under this Prime Minister. He's now throwing a cape over his back, claiming that he's the hero on auto theft, but it's actually tripled in Toronto, and it's up by 100% in Montreal after he brought in catch and release and house arrest for car thieves, and after his incompetence allowed our ports to spin out of control and our cars to be exported to overseas crime and terror networks. Why doesn't he reverse his policies instead of another meeting?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this is a serious situation. Canadians are concerned about this. And the Conservative leader just chooses to whip out his empty slogans and continue to blame everyone while we're getting to work. We're pulling together stakeholders and leaders from across the government to look at what more we can do. We've seen successes. CBSA agents have intercepted over 1,600 stolen cars last year in 2023, but there's more to do. We're going to continue to make the steady work and investments necessary to keep Canadians safe and to keep crime down.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
To keep crime down. crime is way up. Violent crime is up 40% under this prime minister. And today he had his ministers hold a big press conference as their solution. And in it, they put out a press release that said, and I quote, in 2022, approximately 9,600 vehicles were stolen in the Toronto area alone, representing a 300% increase since 2015, end quote. What happened in 2015?
What happened?
I know, he happened, Mr. Speaker. How can we make him unhappen and stop the crime?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, in 2015, Stephen Harper presented a budget that had slashed funds for policing, slashed funds for CBSA officers, slashed funding for Veterans Affairs Services, and we were there to clean up the mess, to cut taxes for the wealthiest 1%, lower them for the middle class, to support families, to start moving forward on gun control in real ways while the Conservatives cozy up to the American gun lobbies. We've continued to step up and keep Canadians safe. Let them bring assault weapons back to our streets. We'll keep Canadians safe.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Wow, is he ever losing control of himself? Oh my goodness. Screaming and hollering like that. Mr. Speaker, it's his press release that says that in Toronto, auto thefts are up 300% since he took office. His solution is to hold a summit. He held a summit on food prices. Food prices went up. He held a summit on housing. Housing costs doubled. How much is crime going to rise after all the bigwigs go to his summit?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition has trouble believing that we would actually include real facts in our press release, something he and the Harper government never did for years. Yes, Mr. Speaker, there is a real challenge around auto theft in this country, and our solution is to roll up our sleeves, pull together partners from across the country, and get to solving it. His solution, throw his hands up in the air, blame a raft of political attacks on us, and continue to see that he's not putting forward any real solutions, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Beloit-Chambly. Order, please. The Honourable Member for Beloit-Chambly. Medical assistance in dying is profoundly marked by progressive policies in Quebec. We are there to admit, all of us, that the hypotheses on which a person who is currently suffering from a mental condition cannot make a serious mental condition cannot make a decision. Other people know that their condition will deteriorate and can make a decision now. So it could already be set out in Quebec that they could be allowed to do this. Will the government consider this? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, as my honourable colleague says, the choice of getting medical assistance in dying is an extremely difficult choice. It's a very personal one as well. As a society, as a parliament, it is our responsibility to find the balance, an adequate balance in a difficult situation that respects the rights and freedoms of an individual and to protect the most vulnerable. That is why for years we have been studying, assessing, taking measures, proposing debates, listening to experts, and we will continue to be open to all kinds of suggestions as we continue to work responsibly together. The Honourable Member for Beloit-Chambly. I'm asking the Prime Minister to recognize that these are two different situations. That is, people who are already suffering from a mental health condition, which does not allow them to make a decision, and people who are currently in possession of all their full faculties and who can make a decision in advance. I think the Prime Minister could consider it, or does he fear that the religious right will not allow this? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know full well that this is a real issue that my colleague is raising. It is a question that is being asked, along with a number of other difficult questions, and they are being examined. Yes, we will continue to consider advanced directives. We will continue to look at how we can ensure that people have the rights and freedoms that are important to them, while still ensuring that we protect these people and all others who are vulnerable in unexpected or negative situations.
From Burnaby South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal Member of Parliament for Davenport claims that there is no housing crisis in Toronto. The rest of the Liberal MPs for Toronto would rather fight the City of Toronto than actually deal with the crisis of housing. Here's what frontline workers are saying. Quote, on the ground, we've seen a man recently arrived from Africa die in an encampment while trying to stay warm. So will the Prime Minister listen to his out-of-touch Liberal MPs or to frontline workers trying to save people's lives?
Hear, hear, hear. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have been there for investing in housing across the country, including with hundreds of millions of dollars directly for the City of Toronto to invest in housing, housing affordability and fighting homelessness. We know there is lots to do, and we're going to keep doing it, whether it's signing housing accelerator agreements across the country, whether it's introducing a suite of new measures to unlock the construction of 600,000 new apartments, whether it's cracking down on short-term rentals to unlock even more apartments, or introducing a mortgage charter to protect homeowners from the stress of elevated interest rates. We are taking...
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. An 83-year-old woman was kicked out of her housing that she has lived in for 30 years. Given the Liberals and Conservatives' housing crisis, she doesn't know where she's going to go. The Liberals have resources, the power to resolve the housing crisis. When will the Prime Minister stop picking real estate giants instead of women like the one I'm speaking about? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are taking concrete action to ensure the construction of hundreds of thousands or millions of housing across the country, along with the municipalities directly and the provinces and Quebec. We are here to ensure a reduction in red tape, the acceleration of permits, improvements in zoning. $4 billion is on the table to deliver housing, and we will continue to do this work in a serious and responsible manner. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Prime Minister needs a summit to find out about the problem of auto theft. We can help him. He is the problem. It was his policies that caused the 300% increase in auto theft in Toronto, and he's asked for solutions. Well, we have some of those too. Will the Prime Minister agree to reverse his catch and release bail policy for car thieves, end house arrest for those who steal cars, and put an end to his incompetence at the Port of Montreal, from which so many of our vehicles are being shipped to organized crime and terrorist networks abroad?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what's interesting about the Leader of the Opposition is he doesn't actually care about auto theft. He cares about making a good political attack on the government because people are facing real challenges. What we are focused on is solving the challenges. What we are focused on is initiatives like we announced today of $121 million to fight auto theft in Ontario. We've been working to bring together stakeholders and leaders across the country to bring forward more positive solutions to build on the 1,600 recovered autos that we prevented from being stolen last year.
I'm going to ask all members once again to please restrain yourselves, to listen to the questions and to listen to the answers. And when you have the floor will be yours. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he says that he's stopped 1,600 cars from being stolen, but there were 100,000 stolen in 2022, an increase of 34% across the country. You would need a great big meeting to understand the problem. He's the problem. We have solutions that make common sense. And the catch and release bail and house arrest for car thieves and ensure better management at the Port of Montreal to stop the exporting of our cars elsewhere. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, he is accusing people in Quebec of being incompetent. That's a real pattern for the Conservative leader. We are here to work hand in hand with the municipal leaders, police chiefs, provinces, in order to resolve this problem. We are here to work in a responsible manner by investing, for example, $121 million to fight auto theft in Ontario, which we announced today. There is work to be done, but it's not using empty slogans and making personal attacks that will solve these challenges for Canadians, but we are doing the work.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Monsieur le Président, c'est lui.
Mr. Speaker, he is accusing Quebecers of being incompetent, saying that the Port of Montreal is managed by them. It's a federal port, so it's not true. He is the one who's incompetent, and he is the one that has caused this problem. And this is the problem across all the ports in Canada. Because of him, the federal ports are poorly managed, and that's why there's such a high rate of crime. Once again, we have common sense solutions. Will he end the automatic catch and release bail, house arrest for car thieves, and stop the incompetence at the ports that's causing the auto theft crisis that he caused? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. I've already responded to the concerns on car theft, but the Leader of the Opposition wants to talk about common sense and crime and violence. Why is he listening to the American gun lobby, which wants to bring back assault-style rifles to our streets and to our communities? Each stage over the last 8 years, he's tried to block our gun control measures because he is being controlled by the American gun lobby instead of standing up to protect communities and control guns and demonstrate that he really is concerned about Canadian safety and security. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Not only is he not worth the cost, he's not worth the crime, and now he's spreading disinformation. Years after he promised he was going to ban these so-called military assault rifles, they're still legal in Canada, and he's paying foreign hunters to get into helicopters and fly around over Vancouver Island to slaughter deer that our hunters would have taken down for free for the meat. When will this Prime Minister stop his policy of targeting lawful Canadians and go after the real criminals that are terrorizing our streets?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The contortions the Leader of the official opposition goes through to try and talk about gun control are quite impressive, Mr. Speaker, but Canadians will not be fooled by him. The order in council that made assault-style weapons illegal to use, to purchase, or to share or sell is still in place. The Conservative Party of Canada has as its official position that it wants to restore the legality of assault-style weapons in this country.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he stumbles and bumbles when he does not know what he's talking about, and he does not know what he's talking about because he does not care what he's talking about. He still has not banned those guns. Years after promising on the election trail that he did, they are still legally in the possession of their owners at this stage, and he says he won't be able to do it until a week after the next election. Meanwhile, he tried to publish 300 pages of hunting rifles that he wanted to ban, blaming First Nations hunters for crime in downtown Toronto. Why does he want to protect turkeys from hunters instead of Canadians from criminals?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as of a number of years ago, it is illegal to buy, sell, or use or bequeath military-style or assault-style weapons in this country. We did that. We banned over 1,600 models of assault-style weapons. The Conservative Party wants to make those assault-style weapons legal again. And everything they do is focused on misinformation and disinformation of bringing in hunters who are not targeted by these measures to try and justify their anchoring on the NRA.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
More stumbling and bumbling, Mr. Speaker. The guns he talked about are not banned. And he says they will not be banned until 1 week after the next election because he cannot figure out how to ban them, years after he announced it. Meanwhile, he's spending billions of dollars going after licensed, law-abiding, trained and tested people who've proven that they are statistically the least likely to commit crime. And what has been the consequence? In 8 years, we've had a 100% increase in criminal shootings. Why does he always go after the good guys instead of putting the bad guys in jail?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in May of 2020, we rendered it illegal to buy or sell or use or bequeath 1,600 different models of assault-style weapons in this country. That is still the case, Mr. Speaker. In the coming year, we will be bringing in an amnesty legacy program. We're extending the amnesty to be able to bring in a buyback for the owners of these weapons. But we are moving forward on gun control when he wants to bring assault-style weapons back to Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Beloeil-Chambly. Let's say that my neighbor comes to my house and he says, I want to put a heat pump in. It's going to cost $1,000 and I'll get it to you tomorrow. The next day my neighbor comes and he said, can I have the $1,000 back? And I say, I won't give it back to you. Perhaps I'll give you a little bit of it. And that's what's happening in immigration. Quebec is being told, pay the bill for the asylum seekers, we'll pay you later. Ottawa is saying, well, now I'm not going to pay you back, perhaps just a little bit. Can the Prime Minister recognize his debt and commit to paying it back to Quebec? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, since the beginning, we have recognized the extent to which Quebec and Quebecers have borne a heavy burden with regard to the illegal arrivals at Roxham Road in particular. And we have resolved that issue with the Americans and airports. We are here to help. We are working hand in hand with the Quebec government. We are discussing with that government how we can support them best. We have seen their request for funding. We are working with them because we recognize that, yes, Quebecers are bearing the burden and we will be there to help them. The Honourable Leader of the Bloc Québécois. Well, the only hand that there is here is the Minister of Immigrations. Well, they commit in an election year letting Quebecers believe or being asked the question whether his word means anything, if he's reliable, if he's worthy of confidence, or is it that we can't believe him when he says something? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, at each step of the way, we are here to work respectfully with the provinces and territories, with Canadians and the governments across the country. It's true that sometimes there are differences of opinions and perspectives, but at each stage, we are working respectfully and keeping our word. And we are focusing on what is in the interest of the people across this country, and we will continue to do that. Yes, we can be a reliable partner, and we have shown it quite often, and we will always be. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Prime Minister has hit Canadian farmers with a carbon tax that drives up food prices at the grocery store, food prices that are rising again only months after he promised they would come down. I asked him late last year if he would talk to the Medeiros farm about their rising carbon tax bill. They just got their bill for December, and it is $21,000 in carbon taxes alone. I ask now, as I asked back then, How exactly will the Medeiros family pay this bill when it quadruples to over $80,000 a year?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
It's interesting that the Conservative leader is asking the government to help out the Medeiros family farm now, because back in 2014, when the Medeiros fan came to him in government, asked him for some support as they were trying to make investments, trying to continue to move forward, he told them that they needed to stand on their own 2 feet. That's what he told that farm. Mr. Speaker, we are there to support farmers right across the country with $1.5 billion over the past few years in investments, in supports. We're going to continue to be there for farmers as they fight climate change.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Actually, when the Medeiros family asked for me for help, I went to Enbridge and helped them get lower-cost natural gas to power their operation, Mr. Speaker. That's the real story. So instead of reading the disinformation from the kids in short pants over in PMO, why doesn't he deal with the thing that's really hurting that family right now? A $21,000 monthly carbon tax bill that is passed on to the trucker who ships the food and the grocer who sells the food. So once again, how much will Canadians have to pay in higher food prices when he quadruples the carbon tax?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Speaker, back in 2014, he told that farm family to stand on their own 2 feet. We, Mr. Speaker, know what is making farmers vulnerable across this country. Do you know what it is, Mr. Speaker? It's climate change. It's the fact that a changing climate causes droughts, floods, and fires, which droughts, floods, and fires end up hurting crops, end up hurting growers. That's why we're stepping up on fighting climate change. Farmers across this country know how important it is to sustain and protect our land. That's exactly what we're doing. That's exactly what we're going to continue to do.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He mentions drugs. That's another crisis that he has caused, Mr. Speaker. But back to the cost of food, heat, and groceries. This Prime Minister plans to raise the carbon tax again on April 1st. Another hike to the gas, the heat, the grocery bills. Another hit to the Nova Scotia families who can't afford to pay their utility bills. And another hit to working class families while he jets around the world carbon tax free. If he can't have the common sense to axe the tax, will he at least cancel his plan to hike the tax on April 1st?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
You know what the Leader of the Opposition is proposing to cut for Canadians? The carbon rebate, Mr. Speaker. The checks that Canadians get in price on pollution is in place that they are relying on to enable them to both fight climate change and support their families. We are going to continue to be there to fight climate change and put more money in the pockets of 8 out of 10 Canadian families. When he talks about cutting climate action, he's also talking about cutting those checks that arrive in families' bank accounts 4 times a year.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
According to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the average 60% of Canadians are paying more in his carbon tax than they get back in rebates. And now we learn that 40% of Nova Scotia households are struggling to pay their electricity bills. The carbon tax, of course, applies on the share of electricity that is generated through traditional hydrocarbons and other fossil fuels, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister is going to hit Canadians with yet another tax hike on April the 1st. Will he, if he can't summon the common sense to axe the tax, will he at least cap the tax so Canadians can afford to eat?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are fighting climate change and creating a stronger economy at the same time as we ensure affordability for Canadians. Those carbon rebate checks that go right across the country in areas where the federal price applies help out 8 out of 10 families with more money than they pay in the price on pollution. We will continue to be there to both invest in families, to support them, while the Conservative leader proposes to cut rebate checks to Canadians. We're going to keep doing it while we fight climate change.
The honourable member from Burnaby South.
Millions of Gazans rely on UNRWA for food, water, and shelter. People are starving. Children are eating grass just to survive. Yes, serious allegations need to be investigated and prosecuted. No, children should not pay for this. Why is this Prime Minister fueling this war with Canadian arms and punishing Palestinian children who did not commit a crime?
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
We are, of course, deeply concerned with the devastating scale of the humanitarian crisis in Gaza. We recognize UNRWA's essential role under dangerous conditions in providing life-saving assistance. So we will work with the agency and other donors to support the investigation into the serious allegations against its staff. But let me be extremely clear. Our determination to provide relief to Palestinian civilians has not changed, and our work with our partners is constant. We're looking at ways to continue to provide additional support to those desperately in need, in addition to the $40 million we just announced yesterday.
The honourable member from Burnaby South.
The Prime Minister knows well that no other group can do this work.
That's right.
I want to talk about Halifax. Halifax has the highest rate of poverty in Canada. 1 in 5 children lives in poverty. Only once has the Liberal MP for Halifax raised the issue of skyrocketing food prices in this House. How out of touch is that? That's the problem with the Liberals. They pretend that everything is fine if everything's fine with their rich CEO friends. So when will the Prime Minister stop working for Galen Weston and start working for Haligonians?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we are working closely with the Competition Bureau. We're making sure we're passing legislation that strengthens its ability to go after the large grocery chains in this country that are making record profits while Canadians are struggling with food prices. We will work with communities. We will work with individuals. We will work with the Competition Bureau to ensure that that actually happens. We're continuing to be there for Canadians with initiatives like dental care, like increasing the Canada Child Benefit, like cutting child care costs in half across the country. We will continue to be there for people in Halifax and Brighton.
The honourable member from Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Prime Minister on our support for Ukraine. Ensuring Ukraine's victory is vital to Canada's security. Ukraine must win. Otherwise, Europe, the U.S., and Canada will be next in defending ourselves against Russia's aggression. So every Ukrainian fighting today is one less Canadian who will have to fight in the future. Every dollar we spend today is millions of dollars less that we will have to spend in the future. We understand this, but Conservatives continue to vote against support for Ukraine, against support for Canada's national security. Can the Prime Minister assure Canadians that this government will stand with the Ukrainian people until they win, until we all win?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Etobicoke Centre is right. Before the holidays, Canadians all witnessed the Leader of the Opposition forcing his caucus to turn their back on Ukraine. They turned their backs on fundamental Canadian principles and bowed down to the pro-Russian narrative. I know the Leader won't change his mind, but Ukrainian Canadians across the prairies are hoping that at least some brave Conservative MPs will do the right thing and vote their conscience and their principles. Let everyone in this House who stands with Ukraine stand up and be counted.
I know it's Wednesday. I know it's caucus day. I know that people are primed up, but I'm going to ask members, please let us restrain ourselves so that we can hear the questions and we can hear the answers. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, what this Prime Minister has is a pro-Russia energy policy that forces the Europeans to buy their energy from Russia by denying Canadians the ability to sell our own. He prefers military equipment for Putin instead of paychecks for Canadians. He does want to export detonators and turbines to Putin so he can pump his gas and power his landmines. Why doesn't he stop using Ukraine as a political tool and actually do something to stand up and help win the war?
Minister. The Right Honourable Prime Minister from the top, please.
Volodymyr Zelensky came to this House and asked all of us to support Ukraine in its fight for freedom and its economic independence. Volodymyr Zelensky asked us to support a renegotiation and a renewal of the Canada-Ukraine free trade deal. In this House, everyone except Conservative MPs stood up to support Volodymyr Zelensky.
The Prime Minister has 10 seconds left on the clock, but I'm going to ask all members, I'm going to ask in particular the member from Dufferin-Caledon, please, to allow the answer to be heard so that, because it's not only important for all of us and for Canadians to hear that, but it's important for members, especially members who require translation. They can't hear over the heckling. So let us make sure that we have an opportunity to hear clearly the questions and the answers. The Honourable Prime Minister, 10 seconds left on the clock.
Mr. Speaker, Ukrainian Canadians from across the prairies are begging their MPs to please stand up for Ukraine. Will they do that, Mr. Speaker, in the upcoming Ukraine free trade vote?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, on this, like everything else, he is a fake and he is a phony. Let's go for the facts. Fake and he's a
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition is a well-experienced man in Parliament. I would caution him to avoid using language like that could cause disruption and could be interpreted differently. The Honourable Member from the top, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
His carbon tax deal does not distract from the fact that he announced $400 million in surface-to-air equipment that he has still not delivered. Right. What he did deliver is detonators to Putin so that Putin could put them in landmines and blow up Ukrainians. He delivered a turbine that was refurbished in Montreal so that Putin could put it in his pipelines and pump gas and make money off Europe that we should be bringing home to this country. Why is it that he always stands up for the dirty dictators like Putin instead of the paychecks for our people?
Once again, I would caution all members to be very careful about how they impugn motivations to other members, specifically to specific members. And this was the subject of a declaration which the chair had made back in October. And I encourage all members to please refer to it again to making sure that we keep on the right side of parliamentary language. The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, when the Leader of the Opposition refers to Ukraine as some faraway foreign land, when he continues to insist that all of his MPs, including Ukrainian Canadian MPs, vote against a free trade agreement that Volodymyr Zelensky is asking us to vote for to support Ukraine, he can't hide behind the kind of misinformation and disinformation that he regularly peddles in. It's very simple, Mr. Speaker. Will the members of the Conservative...
So I'm going to remind all members again. I know it's Wednesday, and I know that all members, but as I had as to the same degree that I just made a statement to to a member in this House, I will make it again. Please be there. I would invite all members to please listen to their whips for a second, and I will. Please.
Can you have them sit down when you're up? Thank you.
It's important. I invite all members, please, to be very careful about impugning motivations or associating members with governments that we do find in this House to be disreputable, if not odious. So I'm just looking for all of us to make sure that we stay on the right, that we all wait and do our turn. And I will ask the honourable member from South Shore St. Margaret's to please come and speak to me at the chair, and we'll have an opportunity to discuss this. The honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, he could not point to a single thing that I said that was untrue, because it is all factual. It is a fact that we already have an excellent trade agreement with Ukraine, that it does not include a carbon tax, and that there is no need for a carbon tax to be in any free trade agreement. In fact, there never has been a need for a carbon tax in any other free trade agreement in the history. But while he remembered a carbon tax, he forgot to include in the deal a ban on him sending detonators and turbines over to Putin. Why is it that he's so determined to allow Putin to acquire weapons and money rather than having a real free trade deal with Ukraine?
The right honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the official opposition has an opportunity to correct the record from him having called Ukraine a faraway foreign land by allowing his Ukrainian Canadian MPs, at a very least, to vote in favor of the renewal of the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement coming up for a vote in the coming days. It is an opportunity for those who choose to stand with Ukraine to stand with Ukraine in this House and be counted. Why is he muzzling his Ukrainian Canadian MPs?
The honourable leader of the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, we are 100% united in our support of Ukraine and in our opposition to the carbon tax. 100%. This is what he does. He divides. He wants to distract from the fact that he doubled housing costs, caused 30 homeless encampments in Halifax, caused shootings to go up by 100%, drug overdoses up by 300%. It is no wonder that he would want to use fear and falsehoods to distract from his many failures, and that is exactly what he is doing. Why won't he finally unite this country instead of trying to divide and conquer?
The right honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this House used to be united in its support of Ukraine and its support of Volodymyr Zelensky. And yet now we see.
I'm going to please ask the Prime Minister to start up again. I'm going to ask all members, please, to listen to the response without interruption so that we can have an orderly House. Prime Minister from the top.
Mr. Speaker, this House used to be united in its unequivocal support for Ukraine, and then the Leader of the Opposition disparagingly referred to Ukraine as a faraway foreign land, something for which he has not yet apologized, and has demanded that all his MPs, including Prairie MPs who have strong Ukrainian-Canadian populations, vote against a free trade deal that Volodymyr Zelensky has deliberately and directly asked Canadians to support. When will he stand up for Ukraine?
The honourable member for Drummond. Let's go back, if you will, to the committee appearance of CBC Radio Canada's CEO, Catherine Tate. Sorry, I'm just going to ask the honourable member to start again because his microphone was not loud enough for the speaker to hear them or hear their question. So the honourable member for Drummond. Let's go back, if you will, to the committee appearance of Catherine Tate, CEO, CBC Radio Canada's CEO yesterday. Nothing in her testimony yesterday reassured anyone of her vision for French language, news and culture. She's maintaining the 600 job cuts, which are disproportionately detrimental to the French-speaking community. And yet, this morning in a press scrum, the government opened the door to additional financial support for Radio Canada. Will the Prime Minister commit to making any additional assistance to Radio Canada hinge on cancelling the job cuts? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, at a time of misinformation and disinformation and the transformation of our media and digital era, we need CBC Radio Canada to be strong, to protect our culture, to protect our democracy, and to tell our stories from one end of the country to another. We'll always be here to defend CBC Radio Canada, and we are going to seek to make necessary investments so this can continue to fulfill their mandate to inform and to strengthen democracy here in Canada. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Perfect. The Bloc will support the Prime Minister if he offers assistance to Radio Canada, but which must be conditional on keeping jobs. But Radio Canada is the only one crying foul. All electronic news media are demanding the same support like our newspapers. We've seen huge job cuts at Bell and TVA. Weekly publications are losing their distribution channels, not to mention the news blackout at Meta. Will the Prime Minister give all news media the same consideration he's given to CBC Radio Canada? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, supporting journalists and local media is very important for this government, particularly at this time that is challenging. This is why we put forth C-18, which will help our journalists at all levels to continue operating. We'll be here to support free and independent press that is professional. We know there's a lot of work to be done still at this time of uncertainty, and we will be here to work with all parties who want to protect journalism, unlike the Conservatives. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost of housing, which has doubled since he promised to lower it. But there is good news. Rent is down for the 8th consecutive month in the United States. Right. Meanwhile, it has more than doubled under this Prime Minister. It's up 9% in the last year alone. Can the Prime Minister explain why is rent going down in the States while it skyrockets under his leadership here at home?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
I'd like to give the Leader of the Opposition another opportunity to apologize for referring to Ukraine as disparagingly as a faraway foreign land.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, the question was about rent in Canada. Rent prices have doubled after 8 years of this Prime Minister. They have tripled in his home city of Montreal. And now, according to the Home Builders of Canada, they expect that construction numbers will actually plummet this year relative to the prior years. They say that this will lead to higher prices, and they say we require, quote, policy changes to reverse it. Will the Prime Minister finally accept a common sense plan to build the homes so Canadians can afford the rent?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I didn't hear an apology to Ukrainians. I encourage him to do that. People are waiting for it. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, I can remind this House that we have signed dozens of Housing Accelerator Fund agreements across the country that are leading to the construction of hundreds of thousands of new homes in the coming years. We've eliminated GST off of purpose-built rental apartments. We're moving forward on an interest-free savings account for first-time homebuyers. But again, I encourage the Leader of the Opposition to apologize for referring to Ukraine as some faraway foreign land.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, it just proves that what I said earlier, he's not interested in Ukraine. When I asked about rental prices, he started spreading disinformation about Ukraine. He couldn't care less about the war effort over there. He only cares about distracting from his failures at home. L'un de ses échecs.
One of his failures is the tripling of rents in Montreal. And the Builders Association has said that this year will be one of the worst. Why, Mr. Speaker, are rents plummeting in the U.S. when they're skyrocketing here in Canada? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
This House, for well over 150 years, has been here to recognize the debates and follow what people have been doing. And if he is suggesting that Hansard, the official record of this House in which he said Ukraine is a faraway foreign land, is somehow misinformation or disinformation, well, he should come right out and say so.
In terms of housing, we continue to invest across the country, including in Quebec. Quebec is doubling the $900 million we put forth for housing to help housing creation. The Honourable Member for Alfred Pallon. Mr. Speaker, affordability is a major concern for all Canadians. To support them and ensure that help is available, the Minister of Finance I would ask the member to start his question again, please. Mr. Speaker, affordability is a major concern for all Canadians. To support them and ensure that help is available, the Minister of Finance presented the fall economic statement. Can the Prime Minister remind the House of the important measures contained in the fall economic statement and why it must be passed quickly by this House? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Thank you. I'd like to thank the member for Alfred Pallon for his question. The Leader of the Opposition spends a lot of time talking about affordability, but we haven't seen any sign of a proposal. And the Conservative leader, if he really wants to help Canadians, he can vote in favour of the fall economic statement, which deletes GST on psychotherapy and on co-op construction and creates EI insurance for adoption. Or he could help Canadians by voting in favour of the economic statement, but he continues to focus on cuts and austerity. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition, the reality is what Canadians are already living through, because rents have doubled across Canada. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, he promised to reduce costs, but he has increased bureaucracy. According to the Builders Association, yesterday, the record drop in morale with builders means that construction starts will slow down. The problem is getting worse year after year. Will the Prime Minister finally accept our common sense plan to cut red tape to increase construction starts? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives' plan is eliminating dental care for Canadians. Dental care that has already helped 400,000 children, and now 400,000 seniors are also signed up for this. They campaigned against daycare to cut the costs in half. They are voting against our measures to help Canadians concretely. He's offering cuts and austerity, but he won't offer solutions. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Rent, and instead he turned and made false attacks against me. Apparently I'm living rent-free in his head. Here's the reality. Rent is going down in the States while it's coming up in Canada. Housing costs have risen 40% faster than the incomes of Canadians, the worst record in the G7, and the second worst in the OECD. If the Prime Minister's plan were really working, why is it that housing costs have doubled and our housing is becoming less affordable than almost any developed country in the world?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to leave aside the question of where exactly he's living rent-free and focus on the supports we're giving to Canadians. We are continuing to invest in meaningful ways in partnership with municipalities, with unions and building trades, with provinces across the country to solve this housing crisis that Canadians are feeling so acutely. Whether it's cutting the GST from purpose-built rental, whether it's moving forward with a tax-free savings account for first-time homebuyers, whether it's putting $4 billion in the pockets of municipalities across the country to increase density, to cut red tape, we are taking action on housing.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Oui, il prend beaucoup d'actions pour...
Yes, he does a lot to increase housing costs. Rents have doubled. Mortgage has doubled. According to the news, the rental market says that rents continue to skyrocket in Quebec. At the same time, that construction starts are dropping considerably. Can the PM finally stop building bureaucracy so we can finally start building homes? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. The housing plan from the Conservative leader is mostly treating Quebec officials like they're incompetent. We are working with Quebec officials, with the provinces and the municipalities to invest. And I'd like to underscore that the $900,000 we put forward to accelerate housing construction in Quebec was doubled by the Quebec government to ensure that municipalities can do even more to tackle this housing crisis. That's a concrete plan, not these insults. The Honourable Member for Halifax West.
Yesterday, the MP for Dufferin-Caledon applauded the Housing Minister for moving quickly on his file. And I quote, he said, new programs, new initiatives, and new plans, despite the fact that his own leader has obstructed every measure we've brought forward to support Canadians. Can the Prime Minister stand in support of the MP for Dufferin-Caledon and update Canadians on what new housing programs, initiatives, and plans this government has announced this week?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Thanks in part to the advocacy from the member for Halifax West, we announced a housing accelerator agreement of nearly $80 million in Halifax to unlock 9,000 new homes. While the Leader of the Opposition is picking fights with municipalities, we're working directly with them to reduce red tape and revolutionize the way homes get built in cities across the country. On this side, we're bringing forward real solutions to address housing affordability, while he spends his time attacking and insulting.
The Honourable Member from Nunavut.
Nunavut athletes who earned their spot at the Arctic Winter Games in Alaska risk missing out because in Nunavut, Service Canada does not process passports. My office was helping until this government put even up more barriers. Families are now forced to pay thousands of dollars to fly down south to get their passports expedited or not compete at all. Can the minister ensure Nunavut has access to the same services as the rest of Canada?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
For the question. I know it's an important one for families across Nunavut, and that's why we're committed to working to resolve this issue. I was just up in Nunavut for a historic announcement around devolution a few weeks ago, working directly with the Premier to demonstrate how we build a stronger future together. This is an issue that I know the Minister is engaged with. We will look for solutions. We want to make sure that our young Nunavut athletes show what they're capable of at the Arctic Winter Games. Go Canada, go. Go Nunavut, go.
The Honourable Member from Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, in 2022, Canada sold more than $20 million of military equipment to Israel. Last week, the ICJ ordered Israel to take steps to prevent acts of genocide. As a signatory to the Genocide Convention, Canada is bound by this decision. Our own Export and Import Permits Act also forbids these sales if there's a substantial risk they could be used to violate international law. Given Canada supports the ICJ, will this government put in place an embargo on military exports to Israel?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has one of the strongest export control regimes in the world that puts human rights and protection of human rights at the center of our decision-making. It has always been the case, and we have been consistent in making sure that we are responsible in the way we do that. We will continue to be so.
And this brings to an end question period. It being 3:20, the House will now proceed to the taking of deferred recorded divisions on the amendment to Mr. Kelly to this motion to concur in the first report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. Call in the members. Mark, move it, Mark. So, just waiting for Mark. Go. The question is as follows. Mr. Barlow, seconded by Ms. Rood, moved that the first report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food presented on Wednesday, February 2nd, 2022, be concurred in. Mr. Kelly, seconded by Mr. Calkins, moved the following amendment. That the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The first report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food presented on Wednesday, February 2nd, 2022, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food with the instruction that it amend the same by adding to recommend. May I dispense? Yes. I hear a no for. By adding to recommendation 5 of the report a call to the government to discontinue the carbon tax, given that over 100 First Nations communities have taken the government to court because it is violating the rights of First Nations with the carbon tax on rural and remote people, and the recent request from the Premier of the Northwest Territories, who joins other premiers for an exemption from the carbon tax. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. McCauley Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Reddicock.
Mr. Reddicock.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Miss Rumpel Garner.
Miss Rumpel Garner.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Miss Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Miss Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Scarpellegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Cara.
Ms. Cara.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Haidu.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jazic.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Ms. de Brusen.
Ms. de Brusen.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Essassi.
Mr. Sassy.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Ali.
Mr. Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Collins Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Hughes.
Madam Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. May Sanish Gulf-Islands.
Ms. May Sanish Gulf-Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la...
The House will now wait for the electric voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
Je désire informer la...
I wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. But before we do that, I see the member for Brandon Souris is rising in the House.
Mr. Speaker, I was having problems with the app, so I vote yay.
Mr. Lewis, Essex.
Thank you, Speaker. I vote yay. Problems with the app as well. Thank you.
Mr. Lewis, Essex, yay pour.
Madame Martinez Ferrada. Pouvez-vous répéter, Madame Martinez Ferrada?
Could you please repeat?
Ferrada, nay, contre.
Et je vois la députée de Burlington North.
The member for Burlington North.
My app was working. I vote no.
Damoff, nay, contre.
Le bureau va maintenant...
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 116 116, nays contre 213 213.
Je déclare l'amendement.
I declare the amendment defeated.
The question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Mr. Barlow, seconded by Ms. Rood, moved that the first report of the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food presented on Wednesday, February 2nd, 2022 be concurred in. If a member participating in person wishes a motion to be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member from Foothills requests a recorded division. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Crow.
Ms. Crow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Ian.
Ms. Ian.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jasic.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Lozon.
Monsieur Lozon.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Assassi.
Mr. Assassi.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Collins Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Strahl.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Miss Cladu.
Miss Cladu.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. F.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Monsieur D'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair-Degagné.
Madame Saint-Clair-Degagné.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Retour à Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. May, Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May, Senate Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I would like to inform the House its electronic voting period has ended. If a member wasn't able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Mr. Lewis.
In favor.
Mr. Lewis Essex, yea pour.
Monsieur Berthold.
Je vote oui.
Monsieur Berthold, yea pour.
Le bureau va maintenant.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 329, 329. Nays contre 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried.
La Chambre procédera maintenant.
The House will now proceed to the recorded division on the second report of the Committee on Finance. The question is as follows. Mr. Blakey, seconded by Ms. Matheson, proposed that the second report of the Standing Committee on Finance be agreed on.
Mr. Williams, appuyé par Madame.
Mr. Williams, seconded by Ms.
Williams, appuyé par Madame.
Seconded by Mr. Liu, proposes the following amendment, that the motion be amended with the following. The second report of the Standing Committee on Finance, presented on November 1st, 2023.
May I dispense? No. Le 12e rapport du comité.
The second report on the Standing Committee of Finance, presented on November 1st, 2023, will now be not adopted and sent back to the Standing Committee on Finance for a considerable review, despite the Finance Committee's unanimous decision on October 23rd calling for the merger to be rejected and allow the House an opportunity to pronounce itself on this merger before the ratification process is completed. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Morant.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Lehoux.
Mr. Lehoux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madam Hughes.
Madam Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Champagne.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Crow.
Ms. Crow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jasic.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lamouter.
Mr. Lamouter.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Collins Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins Hamilton East Stony Creek.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Je désire informer.
I would like to inform the House. Rather, the House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the period for electronic voting has ended. I recognize the member from Calgary, Midnapore, rising to her feet.
Oui, merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to vote here in the House, and I want to vote yes.
Merci.
Thank you.
Si les députés n'ont pas pu voter
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Continuing to have some electronic issues. Mr. Lewis.
In favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Lewis Essex, yea pour.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Okay.
Yeas pour 144, 144. Nays contre 184, 184.
Je déclare.
I declare the amendment defeated.
The next question is on the main motion. The question is as follows. Mr. Blakey, seconded by Ms. Matheson, move that the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Finance, presented on Wednesday, November 1st, 2023, be concurred in. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them now to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
I request a recorded vote, Mr. Speaker.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has now started, and the House will now proceed to vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please now rise.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Scheer.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Pullers.
Mr. Puddis.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Miss Finley.
Miss Findley.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Miss Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Kurek.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés. Madame
Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Miss Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Miss Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Miss Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Miss Blaney. Correction, Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Descharlet.
Mr. Desjardins.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Miss Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Miss Grove.
Miss Grove.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Jazek.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Miss Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zayed.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Collins Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
The House will now await the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Je désire informer la Chambre que la période
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Speaker. Still on the phone with IT, and I vote yay.
Mr. Lewis Essex, yay pour.
Le bureau va maintenant compiler les résultats du vote.
Table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 175, 175. Nays contre 153, 153.
Je déclare la motion.
Declare the motion carried.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recording division on the amendment of Ms. Rood to the motion to concur in the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. The question is as follows. Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Melillo, moved that the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts presented on Tuesday, May 17, 2022 be concurred in. The amendment. Ms. Rood, seconded by... May I dispense? Ms. Rood, seconded by Mr. Leroux, move the following amendment. That the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. The 14th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts presented on Tuesday, May 17, 2022 be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the Standing Committee on Public Accounts for further consideration with a view to recommend that the agricultural sector be exempt from any federal carbon tax in order to maintain food security and preparedness for future emergencies. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mr. Abul Taif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Miss Rood.
Miss Rood.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Leroux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la...
All those opposed to the amendment will please rise.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Miss Anand.
Miss Anand.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Miss Grove.
Miss Grove.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Jazek.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Fragascados.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Cedar Brampton South.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zayed.
Miss Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Miss Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Miss Bradford.
Miss Bradford.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Miss Thompson.
Miss Thompson.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelot-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Ashton.
Miss Ashton.
Miss Blaney.
Miss Blaney.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Miss Barron.
Miss Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Miss Zarillo.
Mr. Rillo.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Descharlet.
Mr. Desjardins.
Miss May, Sanishkoff Islands.
Miss Sanishkoff Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la...
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to inform the House that the period for electronic voting is now ended. If there are any members who are not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Lewis. I'm going to ask you just to say it again.
I vote yay, Mr. Speaker.
Sussex, yay pour.
Thank you, sir. The House will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 117, 117. Nays contre 212, 212.
And I declare the amendment defeated. The next question is on the main motion, and the question is as follows. Mr. Lawrence, seconded by Mr. Melillo, move that the 14th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts presented on Tuesday, May 17, 2022, be concurred in. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to recognize a recorded division, I would invite them now to rise and indicate it to the chair, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we request a recorded vote, please.
Well, therefore, the period, the 10-minute period for members voting electronically has now started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Rodriguez. Miss Anand. Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Miss Grove.
Miss Grove.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Miss Jazek.
Miss Jazek.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Miss O'Connell.
Miss O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Monsieur Yacono.
Monsieur Yacono.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Sidhu Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Sousa.
Mr. Sousa.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Miss Vandenveld.
Miss Vandenveld.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Sidhu Brampton South.
Miss Yip.
Miss Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Bradford.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortier.
Monsieur Fortier. Fortin.
Correction, Monsieur Fortin. Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Barsalou-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Hobach.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Miss Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battlefords Lloydminster.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Motz.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Miss Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Back to Miss Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Miss Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Miss Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Miss Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
Mr. Descharlet.
Mr. Desjardins.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Miss May, Sanish Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Sanish Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Que tous ceux qui se...
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
La Chambre attendra maintenant la fin de la période.
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings.
I wish to let the House know that the period of electronic voting has now ended.
If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
Mr. Lewis has his hand up. Mr. Lewis.
Speaker. In favor, Mr.
Mr. Lewis Essex, yea pour.
I also see that Mr. Nakvi has his hand up.
I vote yes,
Mr. Nakvi, could you repeat that, please?
I vote yes.
Mr.
Ms. Wagenthal.
Yes, thank you, speakers. There's trouble with my camera. They suggested I check that my vote was yay.
Yes, your vote was indeed counted. I also see that Ms. Idlout has her hand raised.
I was unable to vote, and I'd like to vote yes.
Ms. Idlout, yea pour.
Thank you. The House will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 329, 329. Nays contre 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried.
The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded divisions on the motion at third reading stage of Bill C-290 under the private members' business. La question est...
The question is as follows. Mr. Garand, seconded by Ms. Goudreau, proposes that Bill C-290, protection of public servants, and amendments on conflicts of interest be now read a third time and adopted. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has been activated, and we will now vote. Mr. Garand, the sponsor of the bill. Now move to members participating in person.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise in the sixth row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
In the fifth row.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Quatrième rangée à ma gauche.
Fourth row to my left.
News.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Redekop.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Gourde.
Monsieur Gourde.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Third row at my left.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mr. Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Miss Gladue.
Miss Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Monsieur Villemure.
Monsieur Villemure.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Second row.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Premier rangé à ma gauche.
First row to my left.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Sainte-Marie.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Blanchet.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Ashton.
Miss Ashton.
All those at my right in favor of the motion, please rise in the sixth row.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diaz.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Cinquième rangé à ma droite.
Fifth row to my right.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald, Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon, Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis.
Quatrième rangé.
Fourth row.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Lightbound.
Mr. Lightbound.
Ms. May Saanich Gulf Islands.
Ms. Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Troisième rangé à ma droite.
Third row to my right.
Mr. Arsenault.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Lamuter.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Second row at my right.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Sahota.
Sahota.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jazik.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Première rangée à ma
First row to my right.
Clos.
Monsieur Duclos.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Monsieur Rodriguez.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row, fifth row, fourth row, third row, second row, first row. And all those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row, fifth row, quatrième rangée.
Fourth row. Third row. Second row. First row.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, may use the raise hand function. The chair will recognize them. Ms. Block.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I tried to vote. I was unable to. I would like my vote recorded as a resounding yay.
Mrs. Block, yay pour.
Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Speaker. Still with issues. I vote in favor. I vote in favor.
Lewis Essex, yay pour.
Mr. Chen.
Mr. Speaker, I vote yay.
Mr. Chen, yay pour.
No other run-ins while I was looking down? Good. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 328, 328. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried.
Third reading of this bill.
Now, we could just get that collegiality to roll over into our other debates. That'd be great. It's my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa on carbon pricing.
The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York, International Development.
Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge on carbon pricing. The House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred division on the motion at second reading of Bill number C-355 under private members' business.
The question is as follows.
Mr. Lewis, Kitchener-Conestoga, seconded by Mr. Carr, move that Bill C-355, an act to prohibit the export by air of horses for slaughter and to make related amendments to certain acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote.
With the sponsor of the item,
Mr. Lewis, Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis, Kitchener-Conestoga.
We will now proceed with members participating in person. All those at my right in favor of the motion, please rise in the sixth row.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Mr. Collins, Hamilton East, Stony Creek.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
In the fifth row,
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Monsieur Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Quatrième rangée à ma droite.
Fourth row to my right.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Vandenveld.
Ms. Vandenveld.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Troisième rangée.
Third row.
No.
Monsieur Axono.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamouter.
Mr. Lamouter.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Fragiscados.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Deuxième rangée à ma
Second row to my right.
Oh.
Miss Grove.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Jasic.
Miss Jazik.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Miss McPherson.
Miss McPherson.
Première rangée à ma droite.
First row to my right.
Mr. Duclos.
Ms. Anand.
Miss Anand.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Miss Matheson.
All All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise. In the 6th row. In the 5th row.
Ms. Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
In the 4th row.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Troisième rangée.
Third row to my left.
McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
First row at my left.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. In the 6th row. In the 5th row. 4th row. Troisième rangée.
Third row. Second row. First row.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise. In the 6th row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
5th row at my left.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Zoidminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Zoidminster.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Quatrième rangée à
Fourth row to my left.
Mr. Mule.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Redikoff.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
3rd row at my left.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Monsieur Villemur.
Monsieur Villemur.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
2nd row at my left.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Janet.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abouteif.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Cousy.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
1st row.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Monsieur Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Monsieur Paulus.
Monsieur Paulus.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, we use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Lewis.
I vote against. Nay, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Lewis Essex, nay. Contre.
Mr. Hussain.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to ask for consent to change my vote to nay on vote 5.
It's a previous. Which vote? Previous vote, I think. But clarification, which one?
Okay. Mr. Hussain, could I ask for clarification on that? We only got about half of what you said there.
Yeah, I wish to change my vote to nay on vote 5.
On vote 5, nay on vote 5. Okay, we'll deal with that one after. So stay on the line, and we'll get to you as soon as we're done. The table will now compile the. Oh, wait a minute, there's one more. Oh, Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur le Président, j'ai été incapable de voter avec l'application.
Mr. Speaker, I was unable to vote. I vote against.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca, nay. Contre.
Quelqu'un d'autre?
Anyone else?
The table will now compile to the vote.
Yeas pour 181, 181. Nays contre 137, 137.
I declare the motion carried.
Second reading of this bill.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to the STEM Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. Can I go to him now? First in the sequence? Okay, so we'll go to Mr. Hussain.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, once again, I'd like to change my vote to nay on vote 5.
For unanimous consent for that, so we'll have to ask for unanimous consent. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to change his vote on vote 5? Yes? Agreed? Thank you. The House now proceeds to take a deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in Bill C-321 at the report stage under private members' business. La question est la...
The question is as follows.
Mr. Doherty, seconded by Mr. Majumdar, move that Bill C-321, an act to amend the criminal code, assaults against healthcare professionals and first responders, as amended, be concurred in at report stage. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the bill, and we'll go to the Zoom function. Mr. Doherty.
I proudly vote for, Mr. Speaker.
We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise in the 6th row.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchet-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
All those in the 5th row.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
4th row at my left.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Lehoux.
Mr. Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Mazer.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Kirk.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Madame Posey.
Madame Posey.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
Back to Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Troisième rangée.
3rd row at my left.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Macaulay Edmonton West.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Monsieur Godin.
Monsieur Godin.
Madame Bien.
Madame Bien.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Ms. Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Mr. Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Deuxième rangée à ma gauche.
Second row at my left.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Jenneth.
Mr. Jenneth.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mr. Abultayev.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Ms. Ferreri.
Ms. Ferreri.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Ms. Idlaut.
Ms. Idlaut.
First row.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Terrien.
Mr. Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Mr. Simard.
Mr. Simard.
Mr. Bergeron.
Mr. Bergeron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
All those at my right in favor of the motion, please rise in the sixth row.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
At the fifth row.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. Longfield.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Port Coquitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Quatrième rangée.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. El Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Briard.
Madame Briard.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Lightbound.
Monsieur Lightbound.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Troisième rangée.
Third row. Arsenault.
Mr. Arsenault.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Fragascatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Deuxième rangée.
Second row.
Scrow.
Ms. Crow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Le Boutillier.
Madame Le Boutier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jasic.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Première rangée.
First row.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise in the sixth row, fifth row, quatrième rangée, troisième rangée, deuxième rangée, première rangée. Tous ceux à ma
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise. Sixth row.
fourth row, third row, second row, first row. The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended.
Due to technical difficulties, they may use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. And Mr. Lewis.
I vote in favor, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Lewis Essex, yay pour.
We'll just make sure online. We're looking good there. Quelqu'un d'autre en chambre?
Anyone else in the House? Any technical problems?
Le bureau va maintenant compiler les résultats.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Nays pour, 323, 323. Nays contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. When shall this bill be read? Third time at the next sitting of the House. And last, but of course not least, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in Bill S-202 at report stage under private members' business. La question.
The question is the following one.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag, seconded by Mr. Dhaliwal, moved that Bill S-202, an act to amend the Parliament of Canada Act, Parliamentary Visual Artist Laureate, as amended, be concurred in at report stage.
10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote. We will start with the sponsor of the item. We will now proceed to members participating in person. All those at my right in favor of the motion, please rise in the sixth row.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Carr.
Mr. Carr.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Mr. Long. Mr. Longfield. Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McKinnon Quitlam Porco Whitlam.
Mr. McKinnon Coquitlam Porco Quitlam.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. Robillard.
Monsieur Robillard.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Cedar Brampton South.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Yip.
Ms. Latanzio.
Ms. Latanzio.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Quatrième mélange.
Fourth row.
Mr. El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Fonseca.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Bataway.
Mr. Bataway.
Mr. Souza.
Mr. Souza.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Koutrakis.
Madame Koutrakis.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Ms. May Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Troisième mélange.
Third row.
No.
Monsieur Arsenault.
Madame Lalonde.
Madame Lalonde.
Ms. O'Connell.
Ms. O'Connell.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Second row.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Leboutillier.
Madame Leboutier.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Jasic.
Ms. Jasic.
Mr. Desjardins.
Mr. Desjardins.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
First row.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Mr. Rodriguez.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Miss Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those at my left in favor of the motion will please rise in the 6th row.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Desilets.
Monsieur Desilets.
5th row, 5e row.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Madame Sinclair Desgagnés.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Ms. Zerillo.
Ms. Zerillo.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
3e rangée.
Third row.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Madame Posé.
Madame Posé.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Mr. Backrack.
Mr. Backrack.
I always get it wrong there. 4e rang.
Fourth row.
4e rangée.
Third row.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Gaudreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
2e rangée.
Second row.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Idlaut.
Ms. Idlaut.
In the 1st row.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Ashton.
Ms. Ashton.
All those at my right opposed to the motion will please rise in the 6th row, 4th row, 5th row, 4th row, 3rd row, 2nd row, and the 1st row. All those at my left opposed to the motion will please rise in the 6th row.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Majumdar.
Mr. Majumdar.
In the 5th row.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford, Lloydminster.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
In the 4th row.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Reddekopp.
Mr. Reddekopp.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Mazer.
Mr. Major.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Martel.
Monsieur Gould.
Monsieur Gould.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Troisième.
Third row.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Madame Vien.
Madame Vien.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Melillo.
Mr. Tucker.
Mr. Tucker.
Miss Gladue.
Ms. Gladue.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
2nd row.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Abu Taib.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mrs. Kuzi.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Miss Ferrari.
Miss Ferrari.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
1st row.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. Wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. If members are not able to vote due to technical difficulties, may now use the raise hand function. The chair will recognize them. Mr. Lewis.
Mr. Speaker, I vote against.
Mr. Lewis, Essex, nays, contre.
Quelqu'un d'autre en chambre? Qu'il y ait des problèmes?
Anyone else in the House who had technical difficulties?
No. Le bureau va maintenant compiler.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 210, 210. Nays contre 113, 113.
I declare the motion is carried. When shall this bill be read a third time? Never. À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
I wish to inform the House that because of the deferred recorded divisions, government orders will be extended by 90 minutes. 90. Daily routine of business. Dépôt de...
Tabling of documents.
Dépôt de...
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers. Reports from inter-parliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 23rd report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development entitled Canada's Sanctions Regime, Transparency, Accountability, and Effectiveness. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the committee requests that the government table a comprehensive response to this report. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And still under presenting reports and committees, the Honourable Member for Waterloo.
President, conformément au mandat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honor to present in both official languages the 57th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs with regard to the changes to membership of standing and standing joint committees. If the House gives its consent, I intend to propose the adoption of the 57th report later today.
Merci, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you seek it at this time, I think you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that the membership of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs be amended as follows. Ms. Fortier, Ottawa-Vanier, for Ms. Sahota from Brampton North.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion, please say nay. Motion is carried. Also under motions, the Honourable Member for Waterloo, once again.
Mr. Speaker, if the House gives its consent, I move that the 57th report of the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs presented to the House earlier today be concurred in.
All those opposed to what the Honourable Member is proposing will say nay. Okay.
To the motion, all those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Motion is carried. Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Peterborough.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to present e-petition 4701, the highest signed e-petition in Canadian history with 387,487 signatures. The petitioners state that they have lost confidence in the Prime Minister. The petitioners ask the state and the current government is not acting in the best interest of all citizens. And the petitioners call upon the House of Commons to call for a vote of non-confidence in a federal election 45 days following the vote.
I just want to apologize to the Honourable Member of Peterborough Kawartha. I always forgot the Kawartha part. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Honourable Deputy House Leader.
Yeah, I will top that. Mr. Speaker, I have today with me a petition that's been called upon by Canadians that specifically address the fact that this House no longer unanimously supports Ukraine. The petitioners call on all members of Parliament to immediately and swiftly pass Bill C-57, which is an important update to the Canada Free Trade. I will say, Mr. Speaker, in all my time presenting a petition, I have never been heckled by the Conservatives, but they're literally heckling me while I'm trying to present a petition on behalf of Canadians. Canadians are asking, Mr. Speaker, that all parliamentarians immediately, swiftly pass Bill C-57, which is the updated Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement that will assist Ukraine in rebuilding after they defeat the illegal invasion by Vladimir Putin. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to present this petition. I am certain that many more will be following, and I present this on behalf of Canadians.
Presenting petitions, Presentation Petition. The honourable member for Battleford-Lloydminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Employment insurance, we know EI, maternity and parental benefits provide parents with the critical financial support while they care and bond for their child. Adoptive and intended parents are at a disadvantage under the current EI system, and all parents are deserving of equal access to parental leave benefits. Bill C-318 delivers equitable access to parental leaves for adoptive and intended parents. And the Speaker of the House, as you know, Mr. Speaker, has said that the passage of Bill C-318 needs a royal recommendation. So the undersigned citizens of this petition call upon the Government of Canada to support adoptive and intended parents by providing a royal recommendation to Bill C-318. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, Presentation Petition, the honourable member for Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise today to table a petition on behalf of the amazing and hardworking volunteer fire departments in my riding, namely Port Renfrew, Massachi Lake, Honeymoon Bay, Lake Cowichan, Yubo, Satlam, North Cowichan, Duncan, Cowichan Bay, Mill Bay, Shawnigan Lake, Thetis Island, Malahat, Highlands, and the City of Langford. Mr. Speaker, I'm tabling this petition on their behalf because they recognize that volunteer firefighters account for 71% of Canada's total firefighting essential first responders. They also recognize that these essential volunteers not only put their lives on the line and give their time, training, and efforts to Canadians, but they also allow the cities and municipalities to keep property taxes lower than if paid services were required. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, the petitioners call on the Government of Canada to support Bill C-310 and enact amendments to the Income Tax Act in order to increase the amount of tax credits for volunteer firefighting and search and rescue volunteer services from $3,000 to $10,000. Thank you so much.
Presenting petitions, Presentation Petition, the honourable member, I don't know, how do I choose between those two great people? The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Island.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honoured to rise today to present a petition on behalf of many constituents who are deeply, deeply concerned about the opioid crisis, the unacceptably high number of deaths. It's almost unbelievable that there's almost 14,000 people who've died of opioid-related deaths since 2016. Particularly British Columbians are very concerned. A number of the founders of Moms Stop the Harm come from British Columbia and indeed from my riding in Pender Island. The petitioners call for this government to at long last declare a public health emergency due to overdose deaths or in fact poisoning deaths in Canada, to treat this as what it is, a health crisis and not a criminal justice crisis, to address in a comprehensive, multifaceted way the crisis as one that involves issues of addiction, poverty, housing, healthcare, racial discrimination, economic inequality and instability, and listen to the advice of many experts and decriminalize drugs in Canada.
Presenting petitions, Presentation Petition, the honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise on behalf of my constituents in Guelph
to table petition E4593 with 3,191 signatures. This petition is calling on Parks Canada to work with appropriate landowners, stakeholders, governments, and First Nations, Métis and Inuit people to create a national urban park on the site of Guelph's proposed Ontario Reformatory Heritage Conservation District. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting on petitions, présentation de pétition, the honourable member for Edmonton Manning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I received electronic petition E4595 with hundreds of signatures. The petition called parental alienation is a process through a child become estranged from one parent as a result of the psychological manipulation of another parent. Statistics show that up to 25% of parents nationwide engage in this behavior. Based on our current research, over 22 million adults have been targets of parental alienation, and 3.9 million children have been alienated from one of their parents. So we, the undersigned, parents, fathers, mothers, call upon the Prime Minister to get laws enacted that would make parental alienation a form of child abuse that is punishable in a criminal court of law. And by supporting this petition, you are ensuring that alienated parents' voices are heard, and most importantly, that children are being removed from abusive parental care. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for New Westminster, Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'm pleased to present a petition signed by several dozen petitioners in British Columbia. And they're raising concern around the volunteer firefighter tax credit. As you know, Madam Speaker, with climate change, increasingly volunteer fire departments across the country are being called upon to intervene. That's over 70% of Canada's total firefighting essential first responders. The current tax code only gives the equivalent of just over $2 per hour for those volunteer firefighters who give so amply of their time. And so the petitioners are calling upon the Government of Canada to support Bill C-310, which is in the name of my colleague from Courtenay, Alberni, and enact amendments to subsections of the Income Tax Act in order to increase the amount of the tax credit for volunteer firefighting and search and rescue volunteer services from the current $3,000 to $10,000. This will make a difference, Madam Speaker, and we certainly hope that the government will hear this petition and act accordingly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to present a petition on behalf of folks who note that both housing unaffordability and homelessness are twin national crises. They also note that the financialization of housing inflates Canadian real estate. They go on to note that corporations, numbered companies, pension funds, real estate investment trusts are rapidly buying up existing units, flipping them to market rate, rent-evicting folks. They have a number of recommendations they call on the Government of Canada to act to address these crises. I'll share just a few with you. First of all, prioritizing funding for nonprofit and cooperative housing, redefining affordable housing using a formula that better reflects the economic reality of Canadians across the country, better regulating and controlling excess profiteering by corporate investors and REITs, as well as creating national standards to establish rent and vacancy controls.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The armed conflict in Sudan has costed over 12,000 lives as of today. Over 3 million Sudanese people are now currently internally displaced persons. About 1 million Sudanese have fled as refugees to neighboring countries. Over 40 to 45% of Sudanese population are on the verge of catastrophic famine, and 80% of the hospitals have been destroyed. The people of Canadians, and including the citizens of Nepean riding, they request the Government of Canada to take more active role, engage with the United Nations agencies and other friends and allies to impose sanctions and to bring this conflict to a halt through any means possible. They also request the Government of Canada to come up with more humanitarian assistance through UN agencies and other NGOs. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Presenting petitions, the honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to present a petition for the first time in 2024 on behalf of constituents. Madam Speaker, I rise for the 28th time on behalf of the people of Swan River, Manitoba, to present a petition on the rising rate of crime. The people of Swan River are upset that this NDP Liberal government has stood by while their community is overwhelmed by crime. Unfortunately, the Liberals respond to the people of Swan River with the same copy and paste statements to their petitions while nothing changes. Rural communities like Swan River are demanding that a tough on crime approach from this federal government. They are calling for jail, not bail, for violent repeat offenders. Madam Speaker, the people of Swan River demand that this Liberal government repeal their soft on crime policies that directly threaten their livelihoods and their community. I support the good people of Swan River.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Notice of motions. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Again, Madam Speaker, I would ask that all notices of motions for the production of papers also be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Government bills coming. Resuming debate at second reading stage of Bill C-59, Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act 2023, and of the amendment of Mr. Poilier.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on Bill C-59, an act to implement certain provisions of the Fall Economic Statement and certain provisions of the 2023 budget. The last 2 years has not only tested our resilience, but has also set stage for an economic transformation, one that is both responsible and forward-thinking. Over 1 million Canadians are employed now compared to when the pandemic first started. This remarkable recovery is not just a number. It represents families sustaining themselves and a nation moving forward. Our unemployment rate at 5.8% is quite low by historical standards. After peaking at 8.2% in June 2022, the inflation rate is trending downward and was at 3.4% in December 2023. The wages have consistently outpaced inflation for many months, a trend that speaks volumes about our economic health. On January 24th, Bank of Canada announced to hold the key interest rate at 5%. Governor Tiff Macklem said, quote, with overall demand in the economy no longer running ahead of supply, Governing Council's discussion on monetary policy is shifting from whether our policy rate is restrictive enough to restore price stability to how long it needs to stay at the current level, unquote. With softer growth this year, inflation rates in most advanced economies are expected to come down slowly, reaching central bank targets in 2025. As I have been saying for a long time, we can see possibility of interest rate reversal starting mid-2024. At the macro level, we are on the cusp of a new era, an era defined by rapid global changes, particularly in how we address climate change. Today, we stand at the brink of a global economic transformation driven by the shift to a clean economy. This is not just a change, it is an unprecedented investment opportunity. The transition to renewable energy, sustainable practices, and green technologies is reshaping markets worldwide, unlocking new avenues for economic growth and innovation. By 2030, the global market for clean technologies is projected to exceed trillions of dollars, offering vast potential for countries and investors who are proactive in this space. This shift promises not only environmental benefits, but also substantial economic gains with millions of new jobs expected. Embracing this change means positioning ourselves at the forefront of green economic revolution, attracting international investment, and establishing global leadership in rapidly evolving market. This is an opportunity we can't afford to miss. As we pivot towards renewable energy sources, electric vehicles, and energy-efficient technologies, we are tapping into a market that is rapidly expanding globally. On renewable energy, we look towards the next decade. As we look towards the next decade, the global economic potential of renewable energy is both immense and transformative. According to the International Renewable Energy Agency, renewable energy could account for around 60% of the world's power by 2030, up from about 25% in recent years. This shift represents an investment opportunity of up to $10 trillion by 2050. For Canada, the prospects are equally promising. The Canadian Renewable Energy Association predicts significant growth, with renewable energy potentially contributing up to 40% of Canada's electricity by 2030. This transition, which aligns with Canada's commitment to a net zero economy by 2050, could stimulate billions in investments and create thousands of jobs, positioning Canada as a leader in the renewable energy sector. This transition is expected to create millions of jobs worldwide, offering diverse opportunities in sectors like manufacturing, technology, and services. Moreover, investing in a clean economy positions Canada as a leader in green technology, attracting global investment and fostering economic resilience. As we embark on this journey, we are not just safeguarding our environment, but also fueling a dynamic, future-oriented economy. Our economic plan is not just a response to this global shift, but a proactive strategy to ensure that Canadian workers and businesses are not just participants, but leaders in the clean economy. Our plan is not just a blueprint. It is already yielding tangible results. In just over 3 years, we have initiated more than 90 clean growth projects worth over $40 billion, including private investments. These projects span across Canada, bringing economic growth to every region and offering quality jobs to the middle class. The world has taken notice of Canada's potential. The OECD ranking, which places Canada third globally for foreign direct investments in 2023, is a clear indicator of our competitive advantage. We have what it takes to thrive in the 21st century's clean economies, from our rich natural resources like critical minerals, to our competency in research and innovation, to our skilled and diverse workforce. Our stable political and economic institutions further cement our position as a prime destination for global businesses. Canada's Clean Economy Jobs Plan is more than a policy. It's a commitment to leveraging our unique advantages. It is about attracting and creating jobs across the country, ensuring that every Canadian benefits from this economic shift. I want to highlight a cornerstone of Canada's future, our critical minerals strategy. The demand for critical minerals, essential for low-carbon technologies, is set to skyrocket. Canada, a global leader in mining, is rich in these minerals. Our mining sector, with a presence in nearly 100 countries and a market capitalization of over $500 billion, is not just an economic powerhouse, it is a testament to our sustainable and responsible approach to resource management. Critical mineral strategy is more than just an economic plan. It's a vision for sustainable growth and innovation. Canada is uniquely positioned with abundant resources in critical minerals like lithium, cobalt, and nickel, elements essential for the clean energy transition. Our approach is twofold: sustainable extraction and global leadership in supply chains for technologies like electric vehicles and renewable energy. We are not just extracting minerals, we are building partnership, ensuring environmental stewardship, and creating high-quality jobs. This strategy is an integral part of Canada's commitment to a greener future and economic resilience. We are leveraging our natural wealth responsibly, ensuring that Canada plays a pivotal role in the global low-carbon economy. One of our most ambitious goals is building Canada's electric vehicle battery supply chain. The next decade heralds a transformative era for electric vehicles, marking a significant shift in both global and Canadian economies. According to Bloomberg NEF, the electric vehicle market is projected to grow to 54 million vehicles globally by 2040, up from 3 million in 2020. This surge represents a potential market value of $2 trillion. In Canada, with government commitments to ban sales of new gasoline-powered cars by 2035, the electric vehicles market is expected to expand exponentially. As per Statistics Canada, the shift could generate over $3 billion in electric vehicle sales by 2026, stimulating job creation and technological innovation. This electrifying transition not only signals a green future, but also an economic catalyst for sustainable growth. As the world moves towards electric vehicles, Canada is uniquely positioned to be a leader in this industry. Our skilled workforce and comprehensive supply chain, from mineral extraction to battery manufacturing, sets us apart. To support this growth, the federal government has secured significant investments in the electrical vehicle and battery supply chain. These investments, totaling over $34 billion since 2020, are not just about economic growth. They're about securing the future for Canada's auto supply chain workers and their families. Major projects like Volkswagen and Stellantis LGES in Ontario and Northvolt in Quebec represent a new era for Canada's electric vehicle industry. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think the fall economic statement, I would ultimately argue, is a continuation of government budgets and policies from the past that reinforce the importance of Canada's middle class and those aspiring to be a part of it, and build in it many different types of support programs to assist individuals in many different ways, whether it's the Child Canada benefit, this particular benefit of being the dental care benefit. And I'm wondering if my colleague can just provide his thoughts in regards to why it's so important that we continue to move forward by having a dental plan from his perspective.
The Honourable from the PN.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as the government, we have taken so many measures over the last 8 years and more to encourage more Canadians participate in the economic activity. For example, the Canada Child Benefits, the early child care program. These have improved the women's participation in the economic workforce. The recent dental care benefits that ensures the health of many of the low income and the senior citizens of the country overall contributes to the much more economic health of Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for the speech. He talked throughout his speech about the fact that Canada should be an international leader, a leader on the world stage for a low-carbon economy. But unfortunately, that's not the case in the economic statement. There's really not much to reduce Canada's carbon emissions. And in fact, Canada is almost like a dunce within the G7 when it comes to environmental goals and ambitions, and even worse when it comes to Canada's environmental performance. So here's my question for my colleague. I would like to talk about housing. There's an entire chapter in the fall economic statement about housing. It was a totally empty chapter other than the GST being removed. But we all know that that won't fix the housing crisis. So what will this economic statement really do for housing? And when will the government understand that it's urgent to build social and affordable housing?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the honourable member for a question. You know, one of the reasons I entered politics is one of the three objectives. The first objective was affordable housing, and I'm so glad that our government has made not only just made the commitment, but actually put dollars behind that commitment. Housing is not just the federal issue. Basically, housing comes to the supply that is controlled by the city, and the provinces have got a very major role in the housing. But where possible, where it is applicable, and the federal government has stepped in, backed by the funding that is available. When somebody asks me about affordable housing, I tell them, where is the proposal? There is money in the bank to fund affordable housing units to be built across Canada. Where is the proposal? That is the question I ask. And we also gone to the, from the federal government, directly we have gone to the municipalities across Canada. We are cutting agreements to them. We are providing incentives through funding them to make changes at the local level that will enable the increase in the housing supply. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
A brief question, the honourable for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Related to the economic measures in this bill, it is no secret that the massive profits we're seeing in some corporate sectors and the high food price inflation that Canadians are facing, those two are directly linked. Now, we've heard the Minister of Industry many times express in this House and out in the public that he's, quote-unquote, disappointed with grocery CEOs who've seen their profits double, their profit margins double since 2019. I would just like to know through you, Madam Speaker, when is the Liberal Party actually going to get serious on this, tackle the corporate greed, and make sure that food prices start to go down for Canadians so they can afford to feed their families?
Brief answer from the honourable from Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The inflation rate that peaked in June 2022 at 8.2% has come down to 3.4% in December. The grocery prices have started slowly coming down, but not to the extent that is comfortable for most Canadians. And I expect that in coming months, the general overall inflation, including the prices at the grocery stores, will come down, and the pain faced by Canadians is addressed.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I am glad to rise on behalf of the residents of Barrie Innisfil and the businesses of Barrie Innisfil to speak to Bill C-59, the Fall Economic Statement. Madam Speaker, I remember 4 kids. I remember when they were growing up, there was a show on TV called Barney the Dinosaur. And one of the famous songs in Barney was, if all of the raindrops were lemon drops and gumdrops, oh, what a rain that would be. And if you listen to the Liberals debating the Fall Economic Statement and anything to do with their economic policy, you would think that Canadians have never had it any better, that things are rosy across the land. Well, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, after spending the last 6 weeks in Barrie Innisfil, speaking to residents, speaking to businesses, things are dire right now. And they're dire for many reasons for a lot of the family, and that's what I'm going to be focusing on, just what I heard from my residents and businesses at Barrie Innisfil over the last 6 weeks. And in fact, I've been hearing from them for a long time, because many of the economic policies that this government has implemented has disproportionately affected Barrie Innisfil residents and businesses in a way that many of them may never recover from. And the first thing that I want to focus on is the carbon tax. We live an hour north of Toronto. We don't have access to mass transit like they do in the city of Toronto. We have a Barrie Transit system. We have a GO Transit system that gets us where we need to go for special events in Toronto, for example, or from point A to point B in Barrie. The difficulty for many people who live in Barrie is they actually drive. So they're being impacted by the cost of the carbon tax on their gas bills as they go to work, as they go to visit family, as they take their kids to hockey. And in many cases, hockey doesn't just happen in Barrie, it happens all over the place, all over Ontario. And I know that firsthand, having two kids that played AAA hockey, that I would be in Peterborough. Well, my wife and I often talk about that circumstance where she would be in Belleville, I would be in Peterborough, both separately with our kids playing hockey, and the impact that the carbon tax would have had on us as a family at that time. We could barely afford to put our kids in hockey at the time. I can't imagine what families are going through right now, having to pay the carbon tax on their fuel and everything else. Home heating, Madam Speaker. Whether it's residential or businesses, I got a bill sent to me today from a local business. His carbon tax just last month, it's a restaurant, was $1,431. Now let's assume for a second that this same restaurant works off of 10% margins. They'd have to sell $14,000 worth of more goods or services that they supply in order to just pay for the carbon tax. And the fact is that the carbon tax is going to quadruple. So they're going to have to pay more. And they're certainly not, as a business, getting any of that back in a rebate, as many families are showing me their gas bills, and I'm asking them, Madam Speaker, for their gas bills, and they're saying the same thing, that I am not getting back in totality what I'm paying for gas, what I'm paying for natural gas, what I'm paying in groceries. I am not getting back what the carbon rebate, as the government claims, is an equal amount to what they're actually paying in the carbon tax. And in fact, Madam Speaker, the Parliamentary Budget Officer spoke about exactly that many more families are getting less back in the rebate than they're paying in carbon tax, and it's disproportionately affecting low-income Canadians, and many of them are in my riding of Barrie-Innisfil. Now, Madam Speaker, I have, as we all have, sent out newsletters and mailers, and we have the ability to ask a question in the back of that mailer. And there was no other issue that I received more responses from than on the issue of the carbon tax. And the question was simple: do you support the carbon tax? And here are some of the responses that I got back. And I'll tell you that out of the hundreds and hundreds of responses that I got back from Barrie-Innisfil residents and businesses, 82.5% of them said that they don't support the carbon tax. 15% said yes, and 2.5% had no responses in that. And these were hundreds, Madam Speaker, of responses that were sent back. And some of the comments, and there's an option to give comments there. What are they doing with the tax, said DB in Barrie. I'd be interested about what improvements our carbon tax collected has made on the climate change so far. And we've already heard, Madam Speaker, through various reports that our targets, our emissions have not been reduced significantly, save and except for during COVID. Well, that stands to reason, because nobody was driving and nobody was doing anything at that time. The economy was effectively shut down. We need to do much more to stop climate change, but I don't believe that the carbon tax in Canada is doing anything to change it. The carbon tax on home heating is unfair. HH and Innisfil don't believe it effectively encourages less consumption. The government has no idea what goes on in a real country for the average person, said D. Morrison in Barrie. I pay 62% in pension, in tax. It's obvious to me that this money is not being spent in my best interests. And now we hear that the government, because they feel like they've got a narrative problem on the carbon tax, is effectively going to try to put lipstick on a pig. They're going to change that narrative. They're going to try to advertise it in a way that more people understand it. Well, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, people do understand it. And they understand when they see their gas bill, and they understand when they go to the grocery store, they understand when they put gas in their car, that the carbon tax is costing them more. When you tax the farmer that produces the food, you tax the shipper that moves the food, you tax the producers and wholesalers who look after the food for distribution, you tax the grocery stores, who ends up paying more, Madam Speaker? And that's the consumer. And how bad is it in this country? 2 million people are using food banks. I had an opportunity last week to visit the Barrie Food Bank. They were telling me that their utilization is 150% greater, was 150% greater in December than it was in the December before. They're seeing people use the food bank like they've never seen before, Madam Speaker. And it's multi-generational as well. Families are coming in, utilizing the food bank like it's a grocery store because they can't afford their food. In fact, I was also at the Innisfil Food Bank, and before that, and this is what precipitated my visit to the Innisfil Food Bank, in addition to the fact that we donated $1,312.50 to the food bank as a result of some fundraising that we did specifically for the food bank. This is from the director. I finished the yearly report for the Innisfil Food Bank, so I'm sharing some of the stats here. We've seen an overall increase of 29% over the course of the year, which is consistent or even less than what we're seeing across the country. The majority, 43% of our visitors attended the food bank between 2 and 5 times this year. 24% of our clients came 6 to 12 times per year. Our busiest months were October, our highest ever, and January, which is pretty standard. Over 55% of our people are supporting dependents. Again, that multi-generational use. We're seeing an increase in multi-generational homes. This means that someone is supporting both children and parents or grandparents and are supporting their own kids, but also their grandkids. This, Madam Speaker, is in a G7 country where we're supposed to have abundance, where people are not just simply supposed to get by or scrape by, they're supposed to have the dignity of work, the dignity of producing a paycheck, and the dignity of providing for their family. And that is sadly not happening. And what we've seen with this fall economic statement is the government commit to another $20 billion in spending, no fiscal guardrails. We've got debt and deficit increasing like we've never seen before in this country. Interest rates are continually at a level where they become unaffordable. The other thing that I heard about was the impact of mortgage rates, Madam Speaker, and how that's affecting Barrie Innisfil homeowners. I had one person, I was doing the Salvation Army Kettle in Stroud. I had one person come up to me and said that their bank, a self-employed person, won't even provide them with a mortgage. They've had to go to a secondary lender, not at 4 or 5%, but at 9%. They're going to be at risk of losing their home. There's 900,000 homes in this country, Madam Speaker, whose mortgages are up for renewal over the next 3 years. And as a result of this fiscal policy of this government, many are at risk. Conservatives are going to be focused on 4 things this session of Parliament. Number 1 is axing the tax. Number 2 is building homes. Number 3 is making sure that we help the government fix the budget with suggestions that are going to do that. And number 4 is stop the crime, Madam Speaker. There's only one alternative to govern in this country, and that's Canada's Conservatives, so that we can have common sense for everyone and restore common sense and decency for people in this country. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, and again, I want to reinforce, they have this, they used to have that triple. Now they have the 4 priorities that they're trying to sell Canadians on. It's the government expenditure one that really worries me. That's the hidden agenda item. We know one of the hidden agenda items is, in fact...
I'm just going to stop the honourable member. There seems to be conversation going back and forth, and then I actually heard somebody yelling as well. So I would just ask members to please be... I just want to ask members to please be respectful. If they want to have conversations, to take it outside. If they just want to try to make a comment, they should wait till it's questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, one of the things that we do know is that the Conservative Party is going to get rid of the Canada Infrastructure Bank. Imagine, that's $10 billion of government money, along with 20...
Sir, I'm sorry, I just indicated that if individuals want to ask questions or make comments, they need to wait till the appropriate time to do that. So I'm sure that if they were the ones that were having the opportunity to be asking a question right now, they would ask for that respect to be afforded to them, and I would hope that they would afford that to whoever has the floor at the moment. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm talking about the hidden Conservative agenda in which one of the things that was leaked out was to get rid of the Canada Infrastructure Bank. We're talking about billions and billions and billions of dollars across this country, Madam Speaker, that is going to have a devastating impact in many communities. For example, in rural Manitoba, where internet hookup is actually being enhanced through the Canada Infrastructure Bank. My question to the member is, why is the Conservative Party so determined to get rid of the Canada Infrastructure Bank?
Honourable for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, I think Canadians were sold a bill of goods with the Canada Infrastructure Bank, Madam Speaker, because I don't believe that it's $10 billion. I believe it's much more than that. And the fact is, $35 billion, in fact, that the amount of projects that have been built. I mean, if he wants the answer, I can give him the answer. Madam Speaker, $35 billion. I question the honourable member how many of those projects have actually been built and how much has gone towards executive bonuses. So the Infrastructure Bank, look, it's no secret. He makes it like it's some dark secret that we're going to cancel the Infrastructure Bank. Maybe we'll put in a better program, or worse yet, maybe we'll balance the budget by as the honourable leader of the opposition has said, with a dollar for dollar scenario. And every household does that. If I'm going to spend a dollar here, I'm going to find a dollar of savings here. And after all of the consultants, all of the wastage of spending, all of the corruption that's gone on with this government, I'm sure we'll be able to find many, many dollars to help fix the budget, Madam Speaker. I'm certain of that, in fact.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Terrebonne.
The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I respect the colleague who just spoke, so I will appeal to his intelligence. Quebec already has its cap and trade system for emissions, and that system works. Quebec decreased its emission from 2015 as compared with 1990 levels, reduced by 8%, so it really is working. So if my colleague believes that climate change exists, that's not always a given in his party, and if he believes that we should fight climate change, and if my colleague believes that there are economic advantages to decreasing carbon emissions, as Quebec has demonstrated, then why is he so opposed to economic tools that clearly work?
Bill.
I think, Madam Speaker, look, we're going to strongly disagree on this issue. There's no question that there will be strong disagreement between the way the Bloc feels, in fact, the ideology of the government. We happen to believe that clean Canadian energy is the answer, and clean Canadian technology is the answer to reducing climate change, not just here at home, but around the world. You know, Madam Speaker, I happen to meet with a European Union representative his primary focus is to source clean sources of energy. And what they said to me was that Canada has become an unreliable partner in that because of ideology. We have the best environmental standards in the world, the best human rights standards in the world, the best labor standards in the world, the best technology in the world to supply the world with clean Canadian energy. If we're not doing that, right? Rather than ideological attacks on our energy sector, if we're not supplying the world with clean energy, then who's supplying it? Russia, Iran, Venezuela, and others? We're going to disagree on this, Madam Speaker. And I don't think it's well, I mean, it may be an ideological thing, but the fact is that we have clean Canadian energy that we can help reduce emissions, not just here at home, but around the world as well. Thank you.
Have time for a brief question. The honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the member. One thing I never hear from the Conservatives, Madam Speaker, is about the importance of ensuring that the rich and CEOs are paying their fair share of taxes. And this is something that my NDP colleagues and I have been...
I'm just going to pause for a second. I'm just wondering if the honourable member's earpiece is too close to the mic, maybe. There seems to be some feedback. So we'll try that again. Okay, the honourable member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Second time's a charm. So I was wondering if the member, Madam Speaker, could clarify why we're not hearing anything from the Conservatives around CEOs and the rich paying their fair share. Ultimately, I'm not hearing a strong plan from the Conservatives. Specifically, I'm wondering with the current plan... It's not mine.
I think it's just...
It's because the lights aren't on, are the ones that are lit are not quite lit the right way. There is some feedback, again, like an echoey this time. Okay, I'll allow the honourable member to restart, and then I will allow the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil to answer. Let's try that again. The lights are not, there we go, we've got it, and hopefully the sound will be okay this time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. What are the Conservatives going to cut if they're going forward with their proposed plan? What services, at a time when people are struggling, are they going to be cutting? And why are they not getting rich CEOs to pay their fair share? Thank you.
The honourable for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, Madam Speaker, I think I made it very clear in a previous answer, and Conservatives have made it clear that we're going to do what every household does, and that is if they look to spend $1, they're going to find $1 of savings. I mean, single moms, families, those moms who are going to bed worried every night about keeping a roof over their head, what do you think they're doing? And there's no reason why government shouldn't be living in the same manner. And so, you know, the Leader of the Opposition has made it very clear what our plan is. Look, we know that there's wastage. We're seeing it with the $54 million Arrive scam app. We're seeing it with billions and billions of dollars being spent on consultants. Our focus is going to be on ensuring that working families have hope and opportunity for the future, not just for the next generation, but generations to come. That's our focus, and we are, as I said earlier, we are determined and we are extremely focused on that task. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak about Bill C-59, the Fall Economic Statement Implementation Act 2023. This legislation, which delivers on key measures from our Fall Economic Statement, advances our plan to make life more affordable, build more homes faster, and develop a cleaner economy that works for everyone. This is the next step in our economic plan that since 2015 has supported people in Halifax West and across the country through the Canada Child Benefit, enhanced benefits and pensions for seniors, stronger public health care, and a Canada-wide system of affordable early learning and childcare. These investments have helped bring us to today, where we've seen a strong recovery with 1 million more jobs today in Canada than before the pandemic, a record number of working-age women in our labour force, and just last month, wages growing at the fastest pace in 3 years. In fact, wage growth has outpaced inflation for 11 consecutive months now. But we're not out of the economic woods yet. Inflation is still high and higher than where we would like it to be. And elevated prices continue to put pressure on Canadian families. I hear about that every day from my constituents.
Over the course of the last year, the federal government has taken other measures to make life more affordable for those most in need in the country.
Secret that we need to do much more.
This bill is part of that work.
There are things that I can talk about in the few minutes that I have that Bill C-59 will do for Canadians. It will remove the GST-HST on counseling and psychotherapy services to make mental health care more affordable. It will extend employment insurance benefits to parents who adopt, better supporting those families.
Currently, adoptive parents are entitled to employment insurance parental benefits, but not to the 15 weeks of maternal benefits.
We'll create a new paid leave for federally regulated workers to support families who experience pregnancy loss.
Because a truly strong economy and labor force are based on compassion and comprehension during difficult times that some families face.
Speaker, Bill C-59 also introduces new measures to further our economic plan and continue supporting a strong middle class. It'll achieve that by enshrining our suite of clean investment tax credits into law, all while providing businesses with an incentive to pay a prevailing union wage. And Speaker, that is huge. C'est la première.
It's the first time in Canadian history that investment tax credits are accompanied by these requirements when it comes to the labor force.
Let's bring this back to my own community in Halifax West. The two things I hear mostly about these days, especially since after we've signed our transformative healthcare deal with Nova Scotia, is affordability at the grocery store and the need for more housing. Speaker, this bill introduces both. On housing, Bill C-59 will remove the GST on new rental home construction for co-op housing, complementing the action we took in the fall and spurring new construction. And let's recall just how much we've done to increase housing supply over the last several months, because it's major. We're investing $1 billion more in affordable units like nonprofit, co-op, and public housing. We're helping build 30,000 more rental units by extending $15 billion in additional low-cost financing to builders. We're reforming the apartment construction loan program to offer low-cost loans to build more student housing on and off campus. A move that I know Dalhousie, Mount St. Vincent, and St. Mary's are all looking at closely. We're launching a home design catalog so that pre-approved designs, including modulars, that can benefit Atlantic Canada specifically can be used to build more faster. We're funding 222 new units of public housing in Nova Scotia, the first expansion to our public housing stock in decades. And we're unlocking 9,000 more units in HRM over the next decade by funding Halifax's Housing Action Plan through our Housing Accelerator. Because while Conservatives pick fights with elected mayors and councils, we work with them, providing the right incentives and get major changes made the way so that we can build homes faster in Canada. That's the way forward. Collaboration. So we're going to get more homes built for Canadians, and we're also tackling the problem of high grocery prices head-on through a generational change to competition law in Canada. Bill C-59 is part of that. How? By amending the Competition Act and the Competition Tribunal Act, building on changes we proposed in Bill C-56 to help stabilize prices and improve consumer choice. This includes supporting Canadians' right to repair, further modernizing merger reviews, enhancing protections for consumers, workers, the environment, including improving the focus on worker impacts in competition analysis. Empowering the Commissioner of Competition to review and crack down on a wide selection of anti-competitive collaborations, and broadening the reach of the law by enabling more private parties to bring cases before the Competition Tribunal and receive payment if they are successful. And I know I welcomed yesterday's news that our Minister of Innovation, or this week, Innovation, Science and Industry, is calling on the Competition Bureau to use its new powers to take another look at the cost of groceries in Canada. This is how we crack down on tactics that big corporations use to raise costs for Canadians. Alors, Madame.
So, Madam Speaker, are there other things that can be done to respond to these two crucial priorities for voters? Absolutely.
And on this side of the aisle, we're going to stay focused on them both, fully in solution mode. Tous les députés.
All members have the opportunity to take part in this work, and it starts by supporting Bill C-59.
Let's support the swift passage of C-59, and let's keep working together on solutions to the challenges Canadians are facing at this moment in time. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Madame.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Churchill, Kiwana, Newcastle.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member across talked about the government's investments in housing, and I'm proud of the NDP's work to fight for significant investments in housing, in particular focus on urban and northern housing for Indigenous peoples. However, we know that this Liberal government is failing First Nations when it comes to housing, and I'm talking about on-reserve housing. Some of the most acute housing crises in our country are on First Nations, what many in communities that I represent refer to as third world living conditions. And if we go beyond housing, we know that there's an estimated $350 billion infrastructure gap in First Nations, including the needs that First Nations have because of the disproportionate impacts that they're facing with respect to climate change. And unfortunately, yet again, this fall economic statement is a missed opportunity from the Liberals to act on the priorities and the desperate needs of First Nations on housing, on infrastructure, on climate change mitigation. I'm wondering when the Liberals will finally act to make the investments on First Nations that are desperately needed.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Thank you very much to my colleague across the way for that important question. Cost of housing is top of mind for my residents at Halifax West. It's for renters, mortgage holders, prospective first-time buyers, and of course the First Nations community. In fact, I was proud to have been part of an announcement in Hammonds Plains to announce the build of the Acadia First Nation Indigenous shelter for women, specifically in the Hammonds Plains area. That is something that this government has brought about, and they are in construction mode right now. It is something that we are focused on, and we are very much engaged in that. Again, there are many solutions that we need to work on. This is not a one solution fits all, and it's not one solution that it's only for government. I think it's for all parliamentarians from all political parties, but it's also for different levels of provincial governments, as they've all provincial, municipal, federal, but also for other stakeholders. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Liberals like to blow the horn about their announcements regarding housing, but the fact of the matter is that we have the lowest number of housing starts since the 70s, and people are struggling. I live in the Vancouver area. People, the affordability is skyrocketing as far as being able to get a home or rent a place. And I wonder if the member would just agree with Conservatives that their policy and what they're accomplishing is an unmitigated disaster.
Member Halifax West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to actually again speak on housing. Listen, since I've become a member of Parliament just about not even 2.5 years now, since September 2021, I can tell you the work that I have seen that this government has done on the ground in Halifax West, in Halifax Regional Municipality, has been unprecedented. You need to go to that area and see all the cranes and all the good construction and the work going. And the number of people that have come to me in the last number of months since we have introduced a number of these changes with the Accelerator Fund, with what we've done with the municipality, with the removal of the HST on new housing stock that is going to be built, is going to be a game changer, I would say, across the country. It certainly is in my region of the part of the country. And I very much look forward to what the next year and a half are going to look like. I see a lot of positivism and a lot of good things coming. So thanks very much for that question.
Take
a brief question. The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les-Basques. Thank you. I heard my colleague, and I thank her for her work, but there's one thing that she didn't say. This is one of the worst housing crises in the last 35 years, and we were told that in Canada it's 1.5% in occupancy rate. It's never been seen since 1998. We're not talking about homelessness here. I want to tell my colleague that in Quebec, over the past 5 years, there's been a 45% increase in homelessness. The housing crisis is hitting everywhere, but the Liberals on one side have a national housing strategy that doesn't work, and the proof today is that we're hearing this from housing groups. What is there going to be in the next budget? Because for now, we don't see anything. The Honourable Member for Halifax West, a brief response, please. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague who is here with me on the Committee on Science and Research. We do work together well. And I agree with him that Canada needs more housing. That's really the truth. But our government is doing good work in the country to build housing faster. And in the area of the country where I live, I see this every day. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And once again, I'm rising in this House on behalf of the residents of Calgary Centre, but also on behalf of Canada's finance industry and others in Canada who are lamenting the disastrous course our country is on as we dither away our national advantages. And finding better economic solutions for Canadians is what I sought to do as a representative in this House. It's a focus. It builds on career expertise. It is part of my party's fundamental path forward here to fix these budgets. But in order to fix these budgets have to want to be fixed, to put it lightly. Pardon me, Madam Speaker, I'm just timing myself here. Make sure I don't go over time. But here I am again looking at a brick of legislative changes along with a self-congratulating narrative about all the great outcomes Canada is experiencing. Not so much. The bromides that came with the minister's speech on this latest tumble into economic irrelevance might play well for ostriches, but for anyone paying attention, there's actually very bad economic news. I don't want to spend a whole speech on the nonsense pats on the back this Minister of Finance delivers in her own performance review, but I would be remiss in not publicly rebuking at least some of the financial fiction that she uses to build a case that Canada is somehow doing well economically, all while real GDP is down, all while GDP per capita is down. And the minister seems to like the debt to GDP measure, and her target not to be exceeded over 2 years ago now was 40%. Although this number alone was much higher than it has been in years, that number becomes less relevant with each budget cycle that runs that ratio higher. Here again, in this fall economic statement, it's up to 42.7% in the near future. That ratio, by the way, is irrelevant for anything but comparison purposes with other countries that are going broke. And the minister and her government colleagues seem to like to even change that metric so that it suits their ends and looks good comparatively. How did they do this? I'm sure with ample support from a litany of bureaucrats. They add back the holdings in Canada's pension plans to their net debt numbers. The CPP, Canada Pension Plan, and the QPP, the Quebec Pension Plan. That's about a total of $700 billion. None of that belongs to the government. It is managed at arm's length for the benefit of Canadians. So taking a $1.3 trillion debt, federal only, and taking away more than half that debt from the pockets of Canadian retirees is a nice trick calculation. There's always an offsetting rule in finance. If the government uses Canadians' retirement savings to offset its own debt, that leaves a liability owed to Canadians that will be unfulfilled. The $700 billion is not a free pool of funds to address growing government debt. It belongs to Canadians who have contributed and are counting on those funds for their retirement. One thing you find out from Canadians very quickly, if they find out their governments are actually trying to mess with their retirement savings, you're offside. This year, this government is again increasing the amount that Canadians need to give from their paychecks to the CPP, an effective increase in a payroll tax. This is not the only way that this government is changing the availability of pensions. In this fall economic statement, the government is changing the way that pensions are allowed to operate. There are a couple of very important changes to pension oversight. Pensions will now be overseen by the Office of the Superintendent of Financial Institutions, OSFI, we call it. That's a federal regulatory body designed to ensure that Canada's banks are operating with the interests of the Canadian financial system and financial consumers in mind. Why? Because OSFI is overseeing a move to be this government's agency in charge of moving our country's financial system to a new norm of green finance, otherwise known as sustainable finance. Now, you know, Madam Speaker, I've seen a lot of finance in my career on both sides of transactions, investor and agent. All of these moves toward green finance and sustainable finance are just ways of altering who gets paid from whom, as in, who is the taxpayer subsidizing to make money? The Minister of Finance openly states in this fall economic statement that Canada is a leader in green finance, a leader in subverting financial math, like the outcome changes if you just tweak the math a little bit. There is no secret math that makes this work. There's only payers and payees, those that get the funds and those that give the funds. This government has been relentless in doling out funds for industrial strategy, but the equation does not change. And the irreversible law in finance is always follow the money. The money flows right into the pockets of this government's friends. This needs to end. We need to fix these budgets. Our job here is to fix these budgets. Let me give you an example, because my colleagues across the way will want it, of what actual sustainable finance is. And I'll refer to a company in Calgary called Enbridge. Very good company, by the way. Sustainable finance, they set their metrics about how they're actually going to perform for their investors' aims. And that allowed them to reduce their cost of capital by about 25 basis points. That means if they hit a number of metrics along the way, including DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion, in their board, in their makeup, everything else that their investors were looking for, their investors in that bond were willing to accept 25 basis points less than the market rate in order to be there. That's what we call sustainable finance. And Enbridge is a Canadian leader in that sustainable finance mechanism. It has nothing to do with equity. It has to do with market debt and getting a bit of a premium there, a bit of a discount to the investors about how they can actually participate and move the needle. But those funds are few and far between. Enbridge has been very good at making sure that they meet those requirements and serve that market well. What I want to talk about in this budget, as opposed to just criticisms, is the Canada Growth Fund, and it's an element, as you know, in this fall economic statement. $15 billion new dollars. No organization, no way of actually saying what its mandate is, nothing that compels it to do anything outside of pool $15 billion of funds and spend it on behalf of this government. To do what exactly? Well, not what the Canadian Infrastructure Bank does, and I heard my colleague across the way complain about our position that we're going to do away with the Canada Infrastructure Bank. Not a secret agenda, you called it. Not what the Strategic Investment Fund does, billions of dollars going out to chosen industrial strategies that are accomplishing what in the long run? Not with the layers and layers of government support to fudge economic numbers, to push into new economic opportunities in which we have, as Canadians, no economic advantage, and we are following other countries that have much more expertise in these sectors. As in, let's pretend Canada's economic advantage currently isn't real, and move to a fiction that we have a different economic advantage. And let's spend, so far, $135 billion in the effort. Now, back to the Canada Growth Fund. $7 billion of that $15 billion is being allocated towards carbon contracts for difference. The new subsidy du jour, we'll say. And I don't know if any of the bodies on that side of the House even understand how that works, but let me try and explain. Contracts for difference hail from the financial world. They help to hedge against volatile prices, e.g. for shares or commodities. The seller and the buyer agree on a strike price for a certain product at a certain time. If the agreed price is below the market price at that time, the buyer has to pay the seller the difference between the agreed price and the market price. If the market price is higher than the strike price, the opposite happens. The seller has to pay the difference to the buyer. So this instrument is a good way of alleviating some of the risks of investing. Unfortunately, it has many risks associated with it as well, and those risks have been detailed in many jurisdictions. Such socialized subsidies could lead to short and long-term distortions, reducing the effectiveness of the price signal as an operational and investment decision driver. In energy and emissions markets, market participants can already use the available short and long-term trading patterns, but additional support for low-carbon technologies is already granted through several instruments aiming to mobilize funding. And I will reiterate, this government has numerous instruments along the way, all of which are failing Canadians and making us much more expensive to do things in Canada. What is the accomplishment? The accomplishment is moving our industries offshore and making Canada less competitive in the world stage. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions and comments? The Honourable from the PM.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened attentively to the Honourable Member's speech and his background in the financial sector. My question to him is that the inflation, the interest rates, many people in Canada, they seem to think that is all the responsibilities or shortcomings of the federal government. Does he not appreciate that the inflation rate is global inflation rate? All the G7 countries are experiencing that. Interest rates are high in every single G7 country. And compared to many other G7 countries, our economic growth, including the latest, I think yesterday or today it came out, the November GDP growth rate shows that we will not go into recession, but we are going to manage a soft landing. Does he not agree that Canada is doing pretty well compared to our G7 partners in all the metrics of inflation rate, the interest rates, and the economic growth that we are witnessing here? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I remember Calgary Centre.
Well, I thank my colleague for the question. I don't know what economic data he's looking at, but when I look at shrinking GDP in Canada, shrinking GDP per capita, shrinking GDP across the board, real GDP, I'm saying that that's the worst in the world. That's the worst in our competitive countries. We actually are doing worse economically. We're trying to cover that up by bringing more people into Canada, which of course will increase our GDP. But our GDP per capita is sinking like a rock as a result. So we're not doing well economically, and it's part of what the financial fiction that this government keeps putting forward is it's not working well. Interest rates are high in Canada. Interest rates are high in many places, partly because of financially failed experiments that this government continues to push towards. If they don't think the carbon tax and the carbon contracts for difference and everything else they're throwing at the wall in order to make everything more expensive in Canada isn't having its own unique effect on inflation, then they're not watching the ball. You've got to do away with all this excess tax you're putting on the backs of Canadians.
Questions and comments. The member for Jonquière. Thank you. I really appreciate my colleague. And I was listening to his speech. And in the introduction, he was talking about how the Conservatives are really good at fixing the budget and balancing the books. And he talked a lot about the carbon tax. But there's a carbon tax, a real carbon tax that I see, Madam Speaker, and it's the one that all Canadians pay to the oil industry, $30 billion for a pipeline, $12.5 billion that we're going to give to the oil industry for carbon sequestration. And the leader of my colleagues often says for $1 in spending, we have to find $1 in savings. And I wonder how they're going to balance the budget by being so complacent with the big oil companies. Perhaps my colleague could enlighten us.
For Calgary Centre.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. It's very interesting. Often, the funds we give to the oil industry is almost nothing. There are many other Canadian industries that receive many subsidies. $130 billion for the electric industry. But who's going to pay for this? It's the natural resources industry that pays for that. Mainly the oil industry pays a lot of tax, a lot of high royalties to the government, and other things like that. It's the natural resource industry that is paying now for the government's targets in other sectors. And we will be paying for several years. For what? I don't know. Because now we're giving $4 million per worker for the EV industry. It was too much. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
From my colleague and friend, but I have two questions for him. First off, Stephen Harper, in the dismal decade when he was in power, put in place a series of sweetheart tax haven treaties that the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer says costs us over $30 billion a year. That's $300 billion over the last decade. Are Conservatives prepared now finally to apologize for having gutted the federal budget in that way? And my second question is regarding all the votes we saw in December, where Conservatives voted to cut food safety, air safety, health care, affordable housing, national defense, the RCMP, 120 votes to gut all the services that Canadians depend on. Have Conservatives finally realized that that was a mistake to make those proposals and to have those votes to gut all of those important Canadian programs?
Sir, from the Honourable Member for Calgary Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Governments, like everything, like everybody, like every household, like every entity, needs to balance their budgets. When governments get out of control and spend too much and rack up too much debt, it leads to too much interest. It leads to too much being paid for the cost of that interest, which comes out of the pockets of Canadians. This is excess funding. Governments have to get back to a cycle where they're actually balancing their budgets by a 5-year cycle or even year by year. But the ability to kind of foist today's taxes onto tomorrow's taxpayers is wrong. And it's going to continue to be wrong. And it's going to continue to mount under this government. It needs to stop. We intend to stop that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Waterloo, and I will have to interrupt her at some point.
Madam Speaker, Happy New Year, and I know you don't want to interrupt me, but I recognize that you have to, and I do appreciate the opportunity to rise today and to speak in the House today on behalf of the good people of the riding of Waterloo on Bill C-56, the Affordable Housing and Groceries Act. Since 2015, the federal government's economic plan has invested in the middle class, strengthen Canada's social safety net, and work to build an economy where everyone has a real and fair chance at success. A key pillar of the government's plan has been a focus on making life more affordable for Canadians, because when people have the support they need to thrive, they can contribute to the economy, build a better life for themselves and their family, and play an active role in their communities. And regardless of what the Conservative Party of Canada says, our plan is having a positive impact on Canadians. I recognize when Conservatives speak of Canadians, they speak of the people who are financially doing well and therefore would benefit from their typical non-refundable tax credits. You ask, what does that mean? Conservatives are classic for their gimmicks. The people who benefit from their non-refundable tax credits are often the wealthiest. The most vulnerable do not benefit, and I have dozens of examples in the riding and region of Waterloo. They know that if they are not in the economic situation to be paying additional taxes, they do not benefit from Conservative gimmicks of non-refundable tax credits. I've had lots of stories and lots of conversations. They speak about the whole sports credit, the textbook credit, the list goes on. And they did entertain what the Conservatives had to say, and then tax time came, and their financial situation did not allow them to benefit. And they asked me, what is the difference? And I said, the difference is really understanding the way the rules in our tax system works. When Conservatives speak of non-refundable tax credits, they're speaking about their wealthy friends. They're speaking about the people who would benefit for their financial situation and often not the most vulnerable in our community. And then they refer to the most recent issue that Conservatives are having. We all know Conservatives are riled up on the price on pollution, the carbon tax, as they say. Majority of Canadians agree pollution should not be free. And the reality is that 8 out of 10 families benefit from the climate action incentive that the Conservative Party of Canada wants to remove from Canadian purses. They continue about this price on pollution, but they don't talk about the fact that Canadians, 80%, 8 out of 10 families, are actually receiving more than they pay. They are concerned about the very people they will continue fighting for day in, day out. When they speak, they relate to the average person. The average person hears them, they say, oh, they're talking to me. But we all know that at the end of the day, who they are fighting for is not that average person. So let me repeat that 80% of Canadians receive more than they pay, and the wealthiest who don't benefit will be the ones who benefit from the Conservative plan on the backs of the most vulnerable. Canadians want to undo the efforts that we have brought forward to make sure that we prioritize the environment. And I believe that the price on pollution is a reason why we should continue recognizing the importance of fighting for an environment. The price on pollution, another excuse that the Conservatives use as to why they have turned their backs on Ukrainians. Ukraine has had a price on pollution. They recognize the importance of fighting for the environment. They know that the environment does not see no borders, yet the Conservatives will take any opportunity for partisan gain. I think when we have a world and a country where there is many people with a diversity of opinions, we do need to recognize the importance of why we are here. I think about why I ran in 2015. I ran in 2015 because the government of the day under the leadership of Prime Minister Stephen Harper, because I didn't vote for his government, I was told that my voice doesn't matter and I did not have a say. I remind Conservatives and I remind all Canadians that when people sacrifice their lives, when people fought for our rights and freedoms, they fought for our rights and freedoms regardless of whether they agreed with us or not. Tough conversations are tough. Governing is tough. And every member of Parliament in this House has a really important role to play, and I recognize the value of it. Listening to people who are like-minded, who agree with us, it's really simple. Reaching out and listening to opinions and perspectives that do not match our own are tough, and that is something that I will continue to do in the riding of Waterloo. When I ran in 2015, I committed to my constituents that I would represent their voices in Ottawa. I promised them and I reassured them that regardless of my personal opinion as their member of Parliament, their voices would be heard in this chamber, and I will continue to ensure that that is the case. Madam Speaker, I see you.
Yes, so the honourable member will have 3.5 minutes the next time this matter is before the House. It being 7 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Ordre du jour. Private members' business. Second reading of Bill C-347. An Act to amend the Constitution Act 1867, Oath of Office.
Mr.
Arsenault, seconded by Mr. Lightbound, propose that Bill C-347, Act to amend the Constitution Act 1867, Oath of Office, be now read a second time and sent to the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. Debate. The Honourable Member from Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I am proud to present in this place Bill C-347, an act to amend the Constitution Act 1867 as pertains to the oath to the monarch. For those Canadians tuning in tonight, what this would do is to add the option of a different oath that all members and senators must take.
That Bill C-347 is not about whether you are or not a monarchist or a Republican. It is not about eliminating the monarchy in Canada. Even before I introduced this bill at first reading this past June, I made sure that we did not have to create a constitutional storm in this country in order to make this small but meaningful change. It is simply about adding a second option to the oath of office that parliamentarians and senators are obliged to take before they take their seat and exercise their functions. That is all. To those who think this is too complicated, I intend to demonstrate that the oath has never been static in Canada and has evolved over time. Permettez-moi d'abord de faire un...
First, allow me to explain the origins of this oath. This oath is inherited directly from the British Parliament. And I will go back in time to explain the history. And I have gotten this history from our manual. Some call it our Bible. That is the House of Commons Procedure and Practice, Boston-Gagnon 2017 edition. Such an oath never existed in England until the 16th century, but it was implemented after religious conflicts and wars in England, especially the fight for power between Protestants and Catholics. Those are the origins of the oath to the monarch. During these religious conflicts, Britain implemented an Act of Supremacy. It was passed in 1603. Queen Elizabeth I was then Queen of England, Queen of the Kingdom, and the goal was for members to swear an oath to the sovereign so that she would take precedence in all ecclesiastical matters and political matters. So the goal of the oath was to prevent Roman Catholics from holding office. That was the main goal. In 1678, England added to that oath a section against transubstantiation to prevent Roman Catholics from taking office in Parliament. In 1701, the Jacobites tried to restore Catholicism in England. The Protestants were none too pleased with that because they immediately instituted 3 oaths. And I'm mentioning the Jacobites here because I'm referring to Jack II, who I will mention later. Following that religious war, there were 3 new oaths implemented: the oath to the King of England, the oath of supremacy condemning Catholicism and papal authority, and the oath of abjuration against Catholics and their descendants, such that they could never accede to the throne in England.
Historical weeds. Catholics were basically required to swear an oath to the monarch and denounce their own religion and papal authority. Since the oath of abjuration also had to be taken in the name of their Christian faith, it also prevented Jews from taking the oath. I'll spare you the genesis of what would eventually become the Canada of today. Suffice it to say that Nova Scotia was the province that had its first popular assembly elected in 1758. It agreed to adopt the same oaths as those of England, thus preventing Catholics and Jews from voting or running for office. C'est aussi en passant par le truchement du serment.
Through the oath to the monarch, England has today on its shoulders responsibility for the deportation of Acadians. My ancestors and the ancestors of many of my colleagues here in this House were affected. That was a sad chapter of our history. England tried to deport an entire people and to exterminate those who wanted to remain in Acadia. Throughout our history, the oath to the monarch has evolved in the same way for all provinces before Confederation, always with a view to prevent Catholics and Jews from running for office or from having important roles such as judges, lawyers, mayors, public servants. That said, the way that the oath was applied was different from province to province before Confederation. Between 1820 and 1850, provinces, one after the other, lightened the terms of the oath so that Catholics could finally vote and run for office. For Jews, though, they had to wait later than the Catholics. It wasn't changed until between 1832 and 1846, depending on the province. Then there was Canadian Confederation, 1867, along with the Constitution Act of the same year, 1867. And in Section 128 of the Constitution Act, 1867, it says senators and members of the House of Commons will, before taking on their roles, have to take before the Governor General the oath of allegiance in the 5th appendix of this act. And what is this oath? I, name, swear that I will be faithful and swear allegiance to Her Majesty the Queen Victoria. There is, of course, another footnote informing us that the name of the monarch can change.
I, A, B, do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Victoria. Voilà donc l'origine pour les parlementaires.
So, those are the origins of the oath that the House of Commons members of Parliament and the senators must take. Now, there were legislative amendments to ensure that the name of the monarch changed as the monarch changed. But as it stands today, MPs and senators must continue to swear this oath of allegiance. And this oath of allegiance, in fact, is inherited from anti-Catholicism and anti-Judaism. And that's offensive.
Of the oath over time, Madam Speaker, it is to show you that it has never been static and that, on the contrary, it has adapted to the realities of the time and to the sensitivity of our society to make our country a place where everyone feels at home, notwithstanding his allegiances or professions of faith. Et suivant la loi constitutionnelle.
Following the Constitution Act 1867, Canadian society has been continuously evolving. The oath of allegiance that members and senators have had to swear is not fully mandatory. There have not been constitutional amendments, and I'm sure most of you are unaware of the fact that today we can make a solemn declaration. Many of you may be unaware of that. Rather than swearing allegiance to the Queen, we are able to make a solemn declaration, and that's what I did. But the Constitution Act 1867 was not amended. So how are we able to take this solemn declaration? Well, it's because of a law in 1905. that was done based on a law during the 31st and 32nd years of Queen Victoria's rule. What is important to remember here is that our Parliament has never really reflected on the fact that in 1905, members in Parliament and senators were given the option of either taking an oath of allegiance or making a solemn declaration. We've never really reflected on the fact that that was accomplished without a constitutional amendment. The Constitution Act 1867 and Appendix 5 remain unchanged, though, and refer officially to an oath to the monarch. Now, closer to our times, in 2022, at the National Assembly in Quebec, Section 128 of Constitution Act 1867 was amended to exempt Quebec's members of the Legislative Assembly from having to swear allegiance to the monarch. Yet another piece of evidence, Madam Speaker, demonstrating that our country is evolving.
Of continuum, inclusiveness, and above all, as a proud Canadian, that I propose to officially modify with the flavor of the 21st century, Section 128 of the Constitution Act of 1867 and its fifth schedule. Mon projet de loi
My bill, C-347, would allow members of Parliament and senators, for the first time in our history, to swear an oath of office, which would be added to the fifth schedule and would read as follows. I swear that I will carry out my duties in the best interests of Canada while upholding its Constitution.
This addition to the fifth schedule of our Constitution would read as follows. I, AB, do swear that I will carry out my duties in the best interests of Canada while upholding its Constitution. L'article 128.
Section 128 would remain the same, but it would become paragraph 1. A second paragraph would be added to Section 128 to add the following. Notwithstanding paragraph 1, members of the Senate or of the House of Commons of Canada will be able to swear an oath of office as set out in the fifth schedule of the present law rather than taking an oath of allegiance, or members of Parliament and senators could do both. What could be more inclusive, Madam Speaker, for future members and senators than giving them this choice? Before they take on their venerable office, they will be able to make a choice of oath based on their conscience, their religion, their ethnic origins. For the first time in our history, when we arrive here, we can take an oath of office promising to work in the best interest of our country and in the respect of its Constitution. Now, as I said at the beginning, Madam Speaker, and I see you're indicating to me that I just have about a minute left. Before I tabled this bill for first reading, I did my homework to ensure that I wouldn't be creating a constitutional issue in the country. Through Section 44 of our Constitution Act, 82, we are able to do this. And for that section reads, based on paragraphs 41 and 42, Parliament has the exclusive authority to modify the provisions of the Acts of Canada and of the Constitution Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now I am happy to take questions. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I greatly appreciated my colleague's speech. I think it's very interesting to hear the history. It's interesting that he used history to strengthen his arguments. Now, Madam Speaker, it will come as no surprise that we support this. We support doing away with the obligation to swear allegiance to the monarch, and I have great respect for my colleague and for his reasons for bringing this legislation. He is Acadian. He's doing this for his Acadian roots, and we support it. Now, he is proposing something. He's proposing an oath where one would swear allegiance to or take an oath of office for the best interests of Canada. And that can be an issue for us in the Bloc Québécois because Canada is a great neighbor to Quebec. We would like to be two distinct nations, so we're not sure about that wording, best interests of Canada. But here's my question. Rather than taking an oath to the best interests of Canada, should we not take an oath toward our own constituents? I'd like to hear my colleague on that. The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you, Madam Speaker. What a great question from my colleague, and I thank him for it. The goal of this oath is to give people a choice, to give newly elected members and senators a choice. They will have a second option, which will be inclusive of our histories, of our origins, of our religions. When we arrive at Parliament, I think it's very fair to take an oath to the best interests of Canada, because Parliament is the centre of our democracy and of our country. Now, I understand the Bloc Québécois' reticence, but my colleague is sitting here in this Parliament thanks to the Constitution, and that's why I think that he should be happy to support this bill. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Calgary Centre. Calgary Shepherd. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague from Calgary Centre would be disappointed, but actually they have a historic Francophone community in his riding. Now, I thank my colleague for going through the very detailed history of this oath. At Section 182 of our Constitution, I feel that that section needs a twin rather than a sister or a brother. So it would be good to have a twin section. Now, could he speak to us about other provinces? Has he looked into what other provinces do with regard to oaths and solemn declarations? The Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Thank you. What a great question from my colleague. That relates to Article 44 of our 1982 Constitution Act. We don't want to create a constitutional storm, but Section 44, in fact, only relates to the executive branch, the House of Commons, and the Senate. Now, I was called to the bar in New Brunswick, and I think I was the first to be called to the bar without swearing allegiance to the Queen, and the sky didn't fall down. It's very possible, and I know that after that, in fact, since 1993, bar associations all over Canada have adjusted. So this would only be for the Parliament of Canada.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to congratulate my honourable colleague on an excellent idea to provide parliamentarians for the option of swearing allegiance to the monarch of a different country, I think it should be said, or swearing to uphold the Constitution, I think is responsive to the realities of today. My question to him is, with respect to Indigenous people have, of course, a nation-to-nation relationship with the Crown, and I wonder if he can explain how he believes this bill will further respect for Indigenous nations who are presently, if an Indigenous person is to be elected to the House of Commons, as we have several in this House, having to swear allegiance to a monarch that indicates a subservience as opposed to a true nation-to-nation relationship.
A brief response, the Honourable Member for Madawaska-Restigouche. It's an excellent question from my colleague. In fact, in order to respect the sensitivities of those with historic, traditional origins, religious faith of each individual who may be called to sit here or in the Senate. I believe that, to repeat the words of the former Minister of Justice, David Lametti, who told me yesterday, I think that this bill is an eloquent and practical way to resolve this issue.
Excuse, un appel au règlement.
Point of order, the Honourable Member for Drummond. Madam Speaker, a reminder, when my NDP colleague rose to ask his question, perhaps he did not realize it, but he put down his earpiece. And these little round black things on our desks are microphones. Sound is amplified through that, and it can cause some issue if the earpiece is close. Thank you. I also recognized that I didn't want to interrupt because this is a situation that occurred but then was immediately resolved. I think it is, however, very important, as we saw earlier today, when there was an earpiece that was too close to the microphone. I would remind all MPs that if they have papers or documents or earpieces, they need to ensure that it is not close to the microphone and does not touch the microphone.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to address Bill C-347, an act to amend the Constitution Act 1867, Oath of Office. This bill would, as its proposer said a moment ago, if enacted, amend Section 128 of the Constitution Act 1867 to allow individuals who have been elected to the House of Commons or appointed to the Senate to select between three different oaths of office. The first option would be, quote, I do swear that I will carry out my duties in the best interests of Canada while upholding its Constitution, end quote. The second option would be the oath of office that has been required since Confederation, which is, as he noted, I do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to His Majesty, King Charles III. And the third option would be to take both oaths. I have personal views on this subject, but I'm going to put them on hold because I think it's important to address the constitutional technicality of how this bill is being proposed. So let me start by observing that the version of the current oath is contained in the fifth schedule to the Constitution Act 1867, where it is written as follows. I, A.B., do swear that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to Her Majesty Queen Victoria. And the following wording is also contained in the fifth schedule. Quote, the name of the King or Queen of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland for the time being is to be substituted from time to time with proper terms of reference thereto. The fifth schedule is referenced in Section 128 of the Constitution Act 1867, which declares, quote, every member of the House of Commons or Senate of Canada shall, before taking his seat therein, take and subscribe before the Governor-General or some person authorized by him, the oath of allegiance contained in the fifth schedule of this act, end quote. Now, the next legal technicality to remember is that the Constitution Act 1867 is a part of the Constitution of Canada, and therefore any change to the Act, including a change to Section 128 or to the fifth schedule, or to both, can only be made if it conforms to the amending formulae that govern how such constitutional amendments can be made. These amending formulae are contained in Sections 38 to 49 of the Constitution Act 1982. There are 5 different amending formulae. The most restrictive amending formula applies to a narrow list of subjects that can be amended only by means of identical resolutions adopted in Parliament and in the legislatures of all the provinces. A second formula provides that in other cases, the Constitution can be amended by means of identical resolutions adopted in Parliament and in the legislatures of at least 7 provinces with at least, together, half the population of the country. A third formula provides that in the case of amendments that affect some provinces but not others, the Constitution may be amended by means of identical resolutions in Parliament and in the legislatures of the affected provinces and not in the rest of the provinces. A fourth formula is of particular interest. Section 44 of the Constitution Act 1982 states, and I quote, subject to Sections 41 and 42, Parliament may exclusively make laws amending the Constitution of Canada in relation to the Executive Government of Canada or the Senate and House of Commons. And finally, Madam Speaker, Section 45 provides for the legislatures of each province to have the ability to, quote, exclusively make laws amending the Constitution of the province, end quote. Although the assertion is nowhere made in Bill C-347, it is clear that a claim is implicitly being made that this amendment to the Constitution would be made under authority of the Section 44 amending formula, as the oath of office is in essence asserted to be an aspect of the Constitution in relation to the House of Commons and Senate of Canada, which, as we will recall, was specifically referenced in Section 44. Thus, the claim is being made that the oath can be altered by means of a simple act of Parliament. I can certainly understand why this is being asserted, but I am not certain that the assertion is accurate. I note that a similar claim was made only a little over a year ago when on December 9, 2022, the National Assembly of Quebec enacted a bill that abolished the traditional oath of allegiance to the monarch, the wording of which was identical to the oath for MPs and senators. As with the federal oath, the oath for provincial legislatures is mandated in Section 128 of the Constitution Act and is spelled out in the fifth schedule to the Act. The Quebec law replaced this with something very similar to the federal oath proposed in Bill C-347. I quote, "I declare under oath that I will be loyal to the people of Quebec and that I will perform the duties of a member honestly and in conformity with the Constitution of Quebec." End quote. Now, this was not an uncontroversial bill. Constitutional experts lined up on either side of a dispute as to whether or not the Quebec legislature could, under authority of Section 45 of the 1982 Constitution Act, unilaterally amend the oath of office. Some experts said yes, some said no. You can't actually do that without resort to one of the other amending formulae that require broader consent. I note that in favor of Quebec having acted constitutionally, we see that in the literature I was able to consult, Leonid Sirota, Patrick Taillon, and Frédéric Bédard all think all think this was constitutionally warranted. Ian Peach, Emmett McFarland, André Binet, Jan Campagnolo, Errol Mendez, Steve Chaplin, and James Bowden feel differently. They think that this was not, in fact, constitutionally done. So now I recognize that the issues between the Quebec bill and Bill C-347 are not identical. They refer to similar but not identical sections of the Constitution Act 1982. Nonetheless, they're obviously very similar, and I think it would be reasonable in advance of approving this bill at third reading for some of the experts who weighed in on Quebec's legislation, both for and against, to be invited to testify in committee on Bill C-347. In the event that the resulting expert testimony does not produce a consensus that it is permissible to make such a change under authority of the unilateral Section 44 amending formula, it might make sense to take the additional precaution of submitting a reference question to the Supreme Court of Canada. A reference question is a seeking out of an advisory opinion from the court as to whether an approved, or rather a proposed law, is in fact constitutionally permissible. This would not be the first time that a government of the day has sought an advisory opinion from the court as to which amending formula is appropriate to use in this or that circumstance. For example, when making, in 2014, when the government of the day was considering changing the Constitution with regard to how senators are selected, the Supreme Court ruled that in certain respect of some of the changes that were being proposed, the unilateral Section 44 formula would work. In other cases, the formula that requires this consent of 7 provinces would be required. At that time, to be honest, I didn't agree with all of the opinions offered by the court in its ruling, but that's not the point. The value of having a Supreme Court is not that the court is always right. It is that the court's opinion is always final, and having rules that are of indisputable authority is the key attribute of the rule of law. Now, to be sure, it may well be the case that all of this is only of technical importance. One could point out quite accurately to the fact that some members of Quebec's National Assembly right now have been sworn in on the basis of an oath which may have been unconstitutionally adopted, but that this does not keep them from carrying out their duties as MNAs, and that nobody doubts they are legitimate office holders. This would presumably also be true of MPs elected swearing the oath that is described in Bill C-347. That these MPs would be legitimate office holders would remain true even if at some future date after they're sworn in, the Supreme Court were to rule that Bill C-347 had been enacted by means of the wrong amending formula, and that therefore their oaths of office had been invalid all along. How do I know this? Well, I know it because a version of this exact problem actually arose once upon a time. In 1875, an embarrassed House of Commons discovered that George Turner Orton had been sitting for some time as the member for Wellington Centre, despite having never sworn the oath of office. According to the relevant footnote in the House of Commons Procedure and Practice Manual, Mr. Horton explained that, quote, because he had already sworn the oath, he did not realize he had to be sworn in again upon re-election. The matter was submitted to a committee, and on March 8, 1875, the committee, quote, noted that since neither the Constitution Act 1867 nor any other statute provided a penalty in the event of a member omitting to take and subscribe the oath, the member's seat was not affected by the oversight. However, the committee did recommend that the votes taken by the member before he took the oath be struck from the record, end quote. So I think life would probably go on as before, even if Bill C-347 were enacted and subsequently found to be invalid because it had been enacted in the wrong manner. And even if the oaths of some sitting MPs were thereby found to be likewise invalid. Canadians are sensible people, and we are good at finding ways out of absurd legal conundrums, as we did in 1984, when the Supreme Court found that all laws passed in the Manitoba legislature in English only for a full century were invalid, and that therefore it was necessary to reenact them all in a bilingual format. Rather than simply saying there are no laws here, the proposal was made to allow for a staged reformulation of those laws and reenactment of those laws. So I think there's a way out of this, but I think it would be best to actually find out what the law requires of us, what the Constitution requires, and for that reason, I will be urging us, all of us, if this gets through second reading, to make sure we get a clear indication from the legal authorities as to whether this is valid prior to going to third reading. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The monarchy. What is the point of the monarchy? I apologize. I know it's not easy to translate, Yvonne Deschamps, but sincerely, this sentence best resumes my thoughts. In Canada in 2024, the head of state is a king. Canada in 2024 has a king that's represented by a governor-general. In Canada in 2024, we have lieutenant governors. In Canada in 2024, new citizens must swear allegiance to His Majesty. In Canada in 2024, we have colonial institutions. Members need to swear an allegiance to the king, except in Quebec. And it's thanks to the stubbornness, determination, and non-compliance of Parti Québécois members that henceforth in Quebec, members of the National Assembly no longer need to swear allegiance to the King of England to sit as members, since it's the people that elected them. And that happened less than a year ago. It was high time. In fact, the Canadian monarchy has existed since France took possession of the St. Lawrence lowlands on behalf of Francis I in 1534. That was 1534. It's now 2024. That's 490 years ago. The only thing that changed since then is that the King of France became the King of England. But it's the same archaic system based on unequal hereditary privileges. And should we be proud of that? Proud of an aristocratic system, of a system that's based on privilege? Proud of a system that classes citizens based on their birth? That doesn't make me proud. It makes no sense. 2024, that's how they pick the head of state still. And I can't understand why we're protecting that and that they're celebrating it even, or wanting to continue this hereditary system from the Middle Ages. What we've been fighting for and what we want is greater equality, greater justice, an ability for people to move beyond the past. But at the same time, we have a foreign head of state who isn't here because they deserve it, because they worked hard, because they have the competency, or through an election. No, the head of state of Canada is a man who was well born. That's all that counts. And in fact, that's why he is the one that we call our head of state. He's on our stamps, our coins. Buildings are named after him. Other than the fact that he was born, what does he do? So what is the point of the monarchy? As I said in the beginning, not much, to be frank. It's fine and well that it comes from Ottawa, horses, the army, the carriages, everything. But that doesn't do anything. It just looks nice and money is spent for nothing. I saw it with my very own eyes last year. I was on a mission with the Parliamentary Commonwealth Association, and imagine His Majesty Charles III received us at Westminster Abbey. Can you imagine? It's a Bloc Québécois member. It's perhaps nice to see these shows on TV, but it costs a lot. Last year, I talked to people in my riding about what they thought about belonging to the monarchy, and my riding office was inundated with responses from the people of Laurentides-Labelle. It was crazy. People are strongly opposed. I was so surprised, not to see that people were against it, but rather that this was a subject that mobilized so many people in my riding. People don't want it anymore. And what I see is that the monarchy doesn't do much, except tonight, to bring people together to speak up against it. In a democracy, the power of the people, of the elected members, comes from the people, the citizens who voted them in. And it's through those citizens that we, the elected MPs, get our legitimacy. In a democracy, elected MPs serve the people, not His Majesty. That's a colonialist system. It's a paternalistic one, and it's fundamentally anti-democratic. In Bill C-347, the new oath reads as follows. I, X, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will perform my duties in the best interests of Canada and in accordance with its Constitution. It makes more sense than to swear allegiance to a foreign monarch. MPs and senators will no doubt swear allegiance to Canada and its Constitution, a Constitution that Canada, I would remind the House, Quebec has still not signed. This change, Madam Speaker, would be a significant democratic improvement because we in the Bloc Québécois are opposed to all signs or symbols of the monarchy and the philosophical foundation of this archaic system of government. I said it earlier, Madam Speaker, I was part of the Parliamentary Association of the Commonwealth.
This is a true forum to talk from between nations. But did you know, Madam Speaker, how many Commonwealth countries are republics that have cast aside the monarchy? 37. 37 countries are republics and are still members of the Commonwealth. That means that 76% of member states have deliberately chosen and democratically chosen to sever ties with the British monarchy. Madam Speaker, this is very telling. There's a lot of noise around me, but I'm not going to lose my concentration. Could we ask security in the galleries to make sure that all microphones are turned off? Apparently there are echoes that are being heard from the stands. Could you check just to make sure that all earpieces are turned off up there, because we hear echo and noises here in the chamber? Well, many thanks, Madam Speaker. The last republic is Barbados. That became a republic on the 20th of November 2021, so it's not too late to abandon this old system. And seeing as it's also not too late to allow Quebec its independence, because Quebec's independence would mean the creation of the Quebec Republic. I've been speaking about Canada since earlier. This Quebec Republic would be one that would respect its people. We would emancipate ourselves from an archaic and colonial system. Quebec would be founded on democratic and respectful tenets of democracy. And so the Republic would thereupon found its legitimacy. No unelected Senate. The head of state would not be a symbol of the past. The Quebec Republic can only be the only way for us to cast aside the monarchy, because never will Canada be able to strike a line through its colonial past, because Canada isn't born from the will of the people, but from the will of a handful of men who, without popular support or consultation, decided upon the destiny and the will of this territory. Canada has, since 1867, been a country founded on founding principles that do not take into account the common will. Quebec's independence will not go around the people, but will go through the people and with the people. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rosemont Petite Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I would like, first of all, to thank our colleague from Madawaska-Restigouche for having tabled this private member's bill. Generally, we say that we sometimes make backhanded compliments. I'm going to try and give the backhand first and then give the compliments. It's an interesting bill, yes, but I have a certain discomfort because it has to do with us. I would have liked to speak about people who find it hard to survive inflation, grocery prices, but here we're talking about we, MPs, so it's not my brand of bill, but it's still an important bill. So that was a backhand. This bill is essential because it marks who we are as an institution, who we are as a people, who we are as a democracy, and how we can improve things to update ourselves, to modernize ourselves, and to give all Canadians, the Quebec Nation, the Acadian Nation, First Nations, the Inuit Nation, different people who come from different parts of the world for the past few generations, new immigrants. We want everyone to feel welcome here and not locked into an archaic system with outdated systems from a time past. And I'm just speaking for myself here because as a NTP caucus we've discussed as follows. Individuals will be able to vote at their whim with regards to this bill. Every MP should be able to vote independently for each bill, if they agree, if they disagree with a bill, and I think that this shows how free and mature we are in our honest discussions. We can have differing opinions, yes. So today I'm speaking on behalf of myself, Madam Speaker. Now, it won't surprise you to say that I am not the biggest monarchist in the world. Swearing an oath to a monarch, a sovereign who in theory has his or her power from the will of God is, well, medieval in the highest. And this is a monarch from another country, Madam Speaker. Well, it's not better or worse than another system of monarchy. It's a monarch from another country. Perhaps we could have a Quebec monarch in the future, but that also would not be a good option. Wherever the monarchy's from, it's not a good idea. To inherit one's position is a brutal shock when we try to move forward with our democratic values. the French Constitution says all men are born with the same rights. Well, they didn't mention women at the time, it was 1789, but all humans have the same rights at birth. And so the thought that someone would have omnipotent power just because they're born in a family that has apparently been touched by God, that's completely illogical, Madam Speaker. I remember when Tony Blair, former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, and I would just want to say I'm not a fan of New Labour, by the way, Tony Blair abolished the fact that the House of Lords, there would be inherited titles. There was a British lord who said, it's completely logical, because why should I inherit a title? It's as if a senator would be a senator's title would be inherited here. He said, why should I become a lord just because my great-great-grandfather had a party with the king one day? Because in the past, it was dukes and barons who were appointed, and then they became lords. And 400 years later down the line, this particular individual, who was in his early 30s, said, well, it's completely logical. Why should I be in the House of Lords in the upper chamber of the United Kingdom just because I inherited the position? It's kind of the same thing with a monarchy. It goes against our democratic values, and I am very happy that this discussion has been put forward, as has done the member for Madawaska-Restigouche in an intelligent way by saying, if there are people who want to continue swearing an oath to the monarch, fair enough, but we give people an option, an alternative. They would swear an oath to the Constitution, could be to the people, could be to Canadians or an institution. I find that this is a simple and agreeable solution. And yes, there are members of the Assemblée Nationale who did the work and then the rules changed, and I would like to commend their work. Perhaps here in Ottawa, we could, in 2024, finally do the same thing. Well, not 1789 like the French, but in 2024, perhaps we could make that step forward so that we can stop swearing an oath to a king or a queen, which is completely obsolete. If we want to be real Democrats, we have to swear an oath to Constitution, Canada, and Canadians. And I think that this bill has been deftly tabled by my honourable colleague from the Liberal Party, and I would like to thank him. I would like to commend him for this bill, and I hope that this bill will be adopted by all parliamentarians here in this House. Because there is something truly offensive and unfair in our system of monarchy, where people have all the power on the backs of workers. This goes against all democratic principles. If we were a meritocracy, fair enough. If the person worked towards being king, then fair enough. Were we, even if we are simple members or leader of the opposition or prime minister, were we to be head of state? Well, we've worked towards it. And then we'd be accountable every 4 years, sometimes every 2 years. We have to go before voters in our writing to say, hey, do you agree with what I did? Do you want to continue my mandate? Have I done a good work? Have I defended you well? Have I voted well according to your values and your principles? That's not what monarchy is about. They're just born into it, and it's for life. And the cycle then just continues. As member, it's interesting to have this kind of alternative and this kind of measure. And I hope this bill will be adopted. And if I'm re-elected, perhaps I could use this new this new oath to swear by. If I may talk about meritocracies, I talked about monarchies and democracies, now meritocracies. Even there, Madam Speaker, we must not be blind. It has its shortcomings. When I said that we've all worked very hard to be here, we must not forget that few are the workers in Western democracies, in Western elected members. There are too few plumbers, workers, labourers, because our meritocratic system has its own illusions. When you're born in a rich and a high socioeconomic and cultural family, then you will have easier access to education, easier access to good schools, and easier access to the possibility of wielding your words to debate and bring forth ideas. So even our meritocracy has its failings. I was a student of sociology. Let us not forget Pierre Bourdieu, French sociologist, who wrote Les Héritiers. He spoke about the French education system as one that reproduces class domination and the domination of those who are already in power, that already have access to knowledge, that already have access to culture. So people who already have the right contacts to bring change in their generation, with their generation's leaders. So let us not be duped by this. As a good socialist, one of my visions is to work so as to stop this cycle from continuing so that we can have true equality, not an illusion of equality, because when it comes to it, inequality still exists today. I'd like to thank the Honourable Member for his bill that allows us to have this debate today so that I can talk about Pierre Bourdieu in Canada's Parliament as well.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member.
Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to, at the earliest possible opportunity, raise a point of order regarding the response I received to question 2155. And if you'll just allow me to briefly explain my concern about the accuracy and completeness of the response to this question. My question was respecting development assistance projects in Israel and Palestinian territories and projects aimed at supporting Palestinian refugees in other countries. I asked for information about all projects since 2016. That includes all of the organizations involved in delivering the project. The implication clearly in all of the organizations is both implementing and sub-implementing partners. The initial response describes the fact that there are implementing and sub-implementing partners which are screened, and it says that all funding goes through trusted partner organizations. But subsequently, in reviewing the list of the projects, none of the projects mentioned identify sub-implementing partners. They speak about the large organizations, for instance, $100 million going to UNRWA, but they don't identify sub-implementing partners, implication being either that there are none or that the government didn't wish to provide that information, despite clearly the ordering of that information as part of question 2155. This makes the response clearly accurate and incomplete. I don't know if the government is intentionally trying to hide information about the development assistance in this regard, but the government needs to provide a complete and accurate response in accordance with the standing orders. Thank you.
Duly noted. And reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Louis Hébert for 7 minutes. Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank my colleague from Madawaska-Restigouche for this bill, which is very simple and very well written. A surgical bill that meets an issue that is very important, because symbols are important, even though I agree with my colleague from Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie that there are other issues, of course, that are perhaps more of a bigger magnitude than this bill. For example, an economic system that focuses the money into the hands of too few. Well, in any case, here in politics, we know that symbols are very important. Oaths are very important and should not be taken lightly, and they should not be done half-heartedly. I strongly believe, Madam Speaker, that no one who is elected here should balk at swearing an oath to be able to sit. For a number of reasons, we can be reticent, like one of my colleagues said from the Bloc Québécois. They may be reticent in swearing an oath to a foreign sovereign. There are some among us, for historic reasons, who would find it hard to swear an oath to an institution that may leave a bitter taste. All points of view are respected and seen in this House of Commons, and I think that everyone should be able to swear an oath that makes them comfortable. I think that we should respect all of our historical realities. Giving people an option is a good thing, and that is exactly what this bill is doing, Bill C-347. It speaks very elegantly, as I said, by giving the possibility of swearing an oath that I would like to read. It is in the bill. It would be added to the oath of allegiance by saying, I, A.B., do swear that I will carry out my duties in the best interest of Canada while upholding its constitution. This is a much more inclusive oath. There have been a couple of attempts in the past to amend the oath to be sworn. In 1990, 91, 93, 94, 96, 97, 2002, 2003, those were all attempts to change the oath. My colleague from Restigouche has found the right way to do things through this Bill C-347, a simple and efficient way to do so. If we have a look at where this obligation comes, this obligation of having to swear an oath in order to be able to sit in this House of Commons, and I don't want to go back into the whole history of the world, this comes from the 16th century. This oath at the beginning sought to exclude, at the time, Roman Catholics from being able to sit in Parliament. That's why it was created. It evolved over time to include people or exclude others. But at the end of the day, what do we have today? We have Article 128 of the Constitution, which states that members of and senators of the House of Commons and Senate need to swear an oath at the 5th schedule of the Act. I do swear that I will carry out I swear allegiance, in this case, I swear allegiance to His Majesty Charles III, as is the case right now. Bill C-347 does something very simple. At Section 128, it adds an amendment that would allow elected individuals to swear a different oath. That would say, notwithstanding subsection 1, every member of the Senate or House of Commons of Canada may take and subscribe the oath of office containing the 5th schedule to this Act instead of the oath of allegiance, or may take all and subscribe both. With this, the oath that I mentioned, that will be amended at the end, or rather appended to the 5th schedule. Now, my Conservative colleagues talked about the constitutionality, and that is where there may be issues with those who are against this bill, because we're not stopping anyone from swearing an oath to the King or Queen. We're just adding another option for people who, like me, a member for Quebec, are slightly reticent when it comes to swearing allegiance to a foreign monarch. To amend the Constitution, we can turn towards Section 44 that says, pursuant to Section 41 and 42, Parliament has full jurisdiction over the amendments of the provisions in the Constitution when it comes to the federal executive power in the Senate or in the House of Commons. That's exactly what we are debating today, so we just have to check Section 41 and 42 to see if there's something that could stop us. There's nothing in Section 42 that will be affected by C-347, but let us rewind to Section 41, where there might be a door in. Section 41 of the Constitution states that everything that could affect the Governor-General, the Queen, and the Lieutenant Governor's powers needs unanimous consent with regards to the legislative assemblies of every province and the federal government. So will the powers of the Queen or will the powers of the Governor-General be affected by Bill C-347? In my opinion, no. Nothing changes in the power of the Governor-General. It's up to parliamentarians to determine what those powers are. And society has led us to evolve in how we see our democracy. And I think that Bill C-347 adapts this oath to reflect Canada's values. The Honourable Member of Louis-Hébert will have 4 minutes to finish his speech when we will continue the debate on the matter.
So the time to study this has now expired. We will come back to the order paper. As it is 8 p.m.
Pursuant to Standing Order 37, the House will now proceed to consideration of Bill S-209 under private members' business. Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, consideration at report stage of Bill S-209, Pandemic Day Act, standing in the name of Ms. Fry.
There being no motion at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Ms. Fry, seconded by Mr. Arya, moves that Bill S-209, an act respecting Pandemic Observance Day, be concurred in at report stage. Si un député participant en personne,
if a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division.
Rising?
I'm rising because you're asking if something.
If you want to, yes.
I would ask that it be carried on division.
Okay. Agreed? Agreed. So I therefore declare the motion carried on division. So third reading of the bill. Ms. Fry, seconded by Mr. Arya, moves that Bill S-209, an act respecting Pandemic Observance Day, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you, Madam the President. This is a simple bill. Everyone has heard about the bill. I can tell you the intent of the bill in a simple language, and that is that throughout Canada, in each and every year, the 11th of March to be known as Pandemic Observation Day. Now, why do we need to do this? There are about 3 reasons to do this. The first is to remember that 57,000 people to date in Canada have actually died from COVID-19. To remember and honor those people, to also remember that is more than all of the Canadians who died in the Second World War. So this is a huge number of people who died from a pandemic. The other thing to do is to remember their suffering, recall and try to find how we can support them throughout this crisis to all the people who are family of the bereaved. Now, what we need to do with the second part of this is to continue recovering from COVID-19. And I use the word continue because actually since the so-called pandemic was lifted, 7,000 more Canadians have died. Up till today, that's a number. So we know that COVID has not disappeared. COVID actually continues to be a variant. It continues to adapt and change like we know all viruses have a tendency to do. And each time we don't know what the variant would be. So that the important thing for us to do is to remember that we're continuing to recover. Remember that we must continue, therefore, to apply solid and strong public health commitments to what we do. In other words, continue to recognize that while this virus continues, we must wear masks when we're in an unventilated place, that we must continue to wash our hands. We must continue to do all of the things we did during the pandemic because we do not want to have the pandemic recur in large amounts. And so we need to therefore remember the day and learn of the evolution of this pandemic. We have tests, we have vaccines. Get the tests, get the vaccines, get your booster shots. Make sure that you are protected. You do not want to be counted and increase the amount from 57,000 to 58. Please reflect on that and remember that viruses are totally and completely unpredictable. So we have an independent, trusted set of science that we must remember, we must think about, and we must follow. And make sure that Canadians are informed. Make sure that we are not, if we're not worried and think that we're invulnerable and will never get COVID and can walk around ignoring it, remember we have a duty to the people around us who could get sick, who could in fact be impacted by this. So let us not forget that this is a duty to others as well in a pandemic. There's the other thing to remember in this remembering about recovering from COVID is that COVID-19 was a pandemic. It was the first pandemic we really ever had, true pandemic, since the influenza after the war. So what we need to remember about this is that it's no longer going to be epidemics. We're going to have pandemics because of globalization. people who never traveled before are traveling all around the world, bringing back viruses, bringing back diseases, bringing back illnesses, and we're talking about people from every corner of the globe. So the transmission of any illness, any disease, is quicker and easier in this world of globalization. So we need to remember that. Many countries as well, if a pandemic begins and we feel that we have not taken steps to prevent it from happening, many countries suffered and had 6 times the amount of deaths that Canada had because they didn't have the resources. So many countries suffered a great deal. Is that what we want for other countries in the world? So this duty of care is ours to remember. Now, our third duty is to be prepared for any other pandemic, to be prepared for the recurrence of COVID-19, to make sure that we learn something from the COVID-19 pandemic, learn things, let us apply what we learned. Let us not repeat. Those who do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. So let's not have a repetition of another COVID-19 in this country or everywhere. We remember all the people who lived in homes and institutions, the elderly people who died, who didn't have to, and died alone because they did not have family with them to look after them because of isolation, etc., that needed to happen. So I'm just asking you to remember for those reasons, learn our lessons, and to look at how we apply those lessons to preventing future pandemics, and to make sure that we always mark this day to remember the 3 things that I asked you to remember. Now, this bill is a Senate bill, was brought in by a family physician in the Senate, Dr. Meji, and she, again, as a physician and as I am, have understood the need to apply science to things like pandemics. Science is clear. Science is evidence-based. Science learns from the things that we made mistakes on or from the things we learned how to do to deal with future occurrences. Let us be mindful of science. Let us not apply ideology to pandemics. Viruses don't particularly care whether you live in Ontario or whether you live in Newfoundland. The COVID-19 didn't really care. It did not understand provincial boundaries. It didn't respect provincial boundaries. It didn't care. And let us remember that when we talk about how we deal with scientific evidence to protect ourselves and others. And again, as parliamentarians, our own duty is to remember to be aware of science, and our duty of care to all the people that we represent in this House, all of Canada, to remember that we have a duty to care for them. In the same way we care for them when they don't have good drinking water. In the same way we care for them when they're suffering from poverty, when they say that the food prices are too high. Those are the ways we care. Let us continue to care. And so when I hear of people who continue to debunk science and say science is nonsense, let us let politicians make decisions. I say politicians should make informed decisions based on good knowledge, good information, and to therefore look at how that information tells them what they should do, to look at whether they will get results from what they're doing because they're following good evidence-based decision-making. There isn't too much else I can say about this, but to remember that we need to know that we have Remembrance Day. Why do we have Remembrance Day on the 11th of November every year? Because we want to remember the wars. We want to remember the number of people who died. We want to remember the damage. We want to make sure it doesn't happen again. We want to commit ourselves to peace. We want to commit ourselves to preventing war. So similarly, we want to commit ourselves to preventing pandemics that kill people. And we need to be aware that the deaths of 57,000 Canadians could have been prevented if we knew and understood the pandemic when it first started. We now know. We now know what the pandemic did. We now know how to stop it. We now know what the steps we need to take to remedy it. Let us remember that every year so that we don't repeat the same mistakes we made, so that we learned our lessons. We're using evidence-based scientific methods to help to protect Canadians and the Canadian population. I don't have much more to say about this. It's a pretty simple bill. I hope you will all support it. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député.
The honourable member from Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to commend my colleague for having tabled this bill. In her speech, she spoke of the likely causes of the pandemic and that there likely would be future pandemics because people are traveling a lot between different countries and can bring viruses with them. I have another theory, and this would more so be about the loss of biodiversity and the inaudible. We have one of our members not hearing interpretation. Is it working now? Is it working?
Yes, I'm not getting it at all.
Well, that's it, so it's not working.
Let's try it again and see what happens.
Can you hear it now? You're hearing it? Okay. Apologies. Honourable Member, you can start again. So I will start again by thanking my colleague. And in her speech, she spoke of the potential of the spreading of viruses because of people traveling a lot and that this could cause new pandemics. But I think we also need to look at the loss of biodiversity, how close human beings are to animal species that we aren't normally in contact with. So what does she think about this idea that we may have an increase in pandemics because of a decrease of biodiversity? Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
I think that's a very important point, and I think we know that zoonists are on the rise. And once again, it's because people are in contact with the animal world more than we used to be able to be in contact with them. We're visiting game farms, we're doing all kinds of ability to meet with wild animals in the wild. But we forgot, and this is what we learned and must remember in this Pandemic Remembrance Day, that zoonists are very important, that transmission of viruses and bacteria and other diseases from animals to human beings are actually very, very possible. And so I'm glad you asked that question, because I think that's a reason for Pandemic Observance Day, is to remember that we've learned some things, and that's one of them. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for this bill. And if we're remembering the pandemic, one, I think, particularly critical fact to remember is that Canada had the terrible distinction of having more deaths per capita than any other country on earth in long-term care homes. And part of the confidence supply agreement between the New Democrats and Liberals is for this government to introduce a long-term care act. And I'm wondering if my honourable colleague agrees with the New Democrats that it's time that we had mandatory standards in long-term care homes in this country, so that we have minimum standards of hours of care for people in those homes, where we have set care aid to patient ratios, and more importantly, we make sure that the conditions of work are the conditions of care, and we treat the workers in those homes much better so that we can reduce infection rates. Does she agree with the NDP that it's time to put those mandatory standards in law in this country?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Once again, I think that's a good question, and I want to thank the member for bringing it up. But I think we need to remember one very important thing. While it's very important to look at standards of care, while it's very important for us to make sure that, in fact, that huge death toll in long-term care homes that we saw, it is not a federal jurisdiction to do those things. Long-term care is provincial jurisdiction. So we are, at the moment, negotiating with provinces to look at how we get that done, so we don't trample on the provincial jurisdictions. At the same time, what we can do is get standards worked on and researched through the Canadian Standards Association to look at what it could look like as soon as provinces decide to set those standards and to set the kind of decision-making and bells in the provinces to be able to deal with long-term care. Thank you.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Napier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a very important bill, because this is also a wake-up call for policymakers every single year. Next time the pandemic hits, we can't say it was unexpected. So it's a wake-up call for us once in a year to check whether we have taken enough measures to secure Canadians from identifying the critical items that get affected when the supply chains are disrupted, to find out what are the things we have done for the senior citizens. And on the second thing, the Remembrance Day, Pandemic Remembrance Day, is also important for new generation, next generation of Canadians, the current students in the elementary schools and the future students in the elementary schools, they should be made aware what their elder siblings, their parents, their grandparents went through, and so that they're aware that one day they too may get affected under this. I would like to have honourable members comment on that.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre, a very brief comment.
Some very good questions here. I want to be able to point out that we're talking about COVID pandemic, but let's remember that measles, mumps, rubella, diphtheria had all gone, had all died, smallpox, they were not occurring anymore. They're coming back now because of vaccine deniers, people who are not vaccinating themselves, and we're going to see polio once again, with children who are sitting in iron lungs because they got polio. We cannot remember that we cannot deal with any disease unless we are bound by scientific knowledge that we do. And right now, many people are walking away from the scientific knowledge that we got from learning on vaccines, and they're not vaccinated.
And we are unfortunately out of time. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The COVID-19 pandemic and its impact on our lives was unprecedented. In Canada and around much of the world, life as we knew it changed overnight. Because the pandemic was not just about the coronavirus. In many ways, it was about how governments and healthcare systems responded to it. And it was about the impact on our society and our relationships and our day-to-day activities. The fallout of COVID-19 was not confined to a short period of time or to just some people. In fact, the reality is the pandemic is barely in our rearview mirror, and its impact will be felt for years to come. We still have not fully assessed its impact on our society, and there are still lessons to be learnt from the pandemic. Last week's landmark and historic ruling that this Liberal government's use of the Emergencies Act was unjustified is further proof that we have not fully moved beyond the pandemic and its fallout. The Prime Minister has yet to answer for his reckless abandonment of basic freedoms. These are not historical events. These are current events. In that way, the proposal to designate March 11th as Pandemic Observance Day would seem to be premature. But beyond that, it is not the response that Canadians are looking for. I have not talked to a single Canadian who has asked for this. I have had the opportunity to talk to my constituents from Battleford Lloydminster about the impact of COVID-19 and the dysfunctions and the inefficiencies that it had exposed. I have also had the opportunity to talk to healthcare workers, long-term care workers, seniors advocates, small business owners, and countless others from across the country. What I can say with confidence from those conversations is there is no outcry for a Pandemic Observance Day. There are certainly, without doubt, actions and responses that Canadians would like to see the federal government and other levels of government take in response to the pandemic. But this here is not it. The senator who introduced this bill in the other place has said that she proposed this bill with three objectives: to remember, to recover, and to prepare. I have not heard any evidence that a National Day of Remembrance will help those who experience loss and grief as a result of the coronavirus. While there may be commonalities amongst those grieving, each person's journey is unique. How each person copes with their grief will look different. For many, the proposed day may also remind them about the difficult circumstances around their loss. In their final days and moments, many were isolated and many were alone. Many died alone. Because of policies and practices put in place, loved ones were separated at the most difficult of times. Madam Speaker, humans are relational beings. The importance of being present in the lives of one another was in some ways abandoned by these practices. That is a major tragedy. And it went well beyond those who just had COVID-19. The senator, in proposing this Day of Remembrance, has indicated that this would be honoring to our healthcare workers and our essential workers. While I may agree with the sentiment that through the difficulties and challenges of the pandemic arose countless examples of goodness and selflessness, individuals who went above and beyond to support their communities, individuals who, despite risk to themselves, showed up to work every single day. These Canadians are admirable, and they certainly deserve to know that they are appreciated. I believe the practice of honoring others is very important. It is my strong belief that a culture of honor promotes respect and it promotes unity. Honor encourages and uplifts. It is why there are already designations like National Nurses Week and National Physicians Day. But, Madam Speaker, if we truly want to honor the sacrifices and the work that our healthcare workers and our essential workers did during the pandemic, we would not respond with a National Day of Observance. We would respond by addressing the cracks and the shortfalls that were exposed during the pandemic. We would work with different levels of government to ensure that they have the supports that they need. That we would not thank them for taking risks and then turn around and expect them to continue to take the same risks day in and day out. That, Madam Speaker, that is dishonoring. In the same vein, the Senator's intent to recover and to prepare are not accomplished through a day of observance. As a society, we can only recover from the pandemic and prepare for any future health crisis by taking meaningful action. We need to not simply put a bow on the pandemic and sweep the lessons to be learned under the rug. To recover and to prepare, we must actually do the hard work of learning lessons and then taking action. And it is in that way we will better honor those who were lost in the pandemic, those who experienced loss, and every single Canadian who made countless sacrifices. The pandemic fallout revealed showed to us that we lacked manufacturing capabilities and showed us the devastating impact of reliancy and dependency on global supply chains. It highlighted the strain that exists in our healthcare sector and underscored massive labor shortages in healthcare. In fact, we are now seeing labor shortages in every sector across this country. It revealed the outdated infrastructure in our long-term care homes. It took a massive toll on the mental health and the well-being of all Canadians. It forced so many small businesses to close their doors permanently. It also left countless others in a difficult state that will not be recovered overnight. It revealed this Prime Minister's willingness to divide Canadians and trample charter rights just to cling to power.
That's right.
The pandemic exposed a lot of distrust in our institutions, and it also exposed a lot of this Liberal government's mismanagement. Madam Speaker, these are just some of the issues that arose out of the pandemic. We all know that the COVID-19 pandemic's impact was far-reaching. Its impact will be felt for years to come. And it's quite likely that it'll be in the years ahead that we will come to better understand its widespread impact. The conversation that we should be having as elected officials should be around those findings and those lessons being learned. If we want to remember, recover, and prepare in a way that is meaningful and genuine, it is not going to be done through a pandemic Observance Day. That is not the response that Canadians want from this government or any other level of government. Canadians want meaningful action that will ensure that our infrastructure and systems are better prepared for a future crisis. Canadians want this Liberal government to be held accountable for their actions, and they want to know that future governments will uphold their basic rights and freedoms. They want to see taxpayer dollars spent efficiently on supports and programs that will be there for them when they need it. Madam Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic requires a response from this federal government, but the response needed is not a day of observance. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I was saying earlier, I'd like to thank my colleague for Vancouver West for having tabled this bill here before the House. Bill S-209, originally from the Senate, that would designate March 11th as a National Day of Observant. It has not been amended, so our position remains the same. 4. The Bloc Québécois stands in solidarity with all Quebecers and Canadians who have been directly or indirectly affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. The Bloc would like to take this opportunity to offer its sympathies and condolences to the families affected by the crisis and to thank the healthcare personnel and staff and all the workers who are unable to telecommute and work from home. There are many and often forgotten. So my speech will highlight their work and recall the many people who died as a result of this pandemic. But first and foremost, from an environmental perspective, to the surprise of no one, I'd like to talk about how pandemics are made. What I'm going to tell you now is not about the origins of COVID-19, not at all, but about the fact that a significant number of the emerging diseases of the last 40 years are zoonoses. We've talked about SARS, Ebola, avian flu, rabies, etc. There's a long list on government websites. French ecologist and biologist Serge Morin explains it well. The dilution effect caused by humans who are moving ever closer to wild natural habitats and thus creating more and more interactions is accelerating the circulation of new viruses by disrupting animal ecosystems. The causes? Deforestation, intensive livestock farming, globalization. On the website of France's Institute for Research and Development, or IRD, we read that in the midst of the COVID pandemic, Marie-Monique Robin, investigative journalist, director, and writer, co-produced a documentary with the IRD. It was called How Pandemics Are Made on the IRD website. Once again, you can read the highlights of the documentary. To do this, Madame Robin traveled to 8 countries to understand the factors behind the emergence of infectious diseases. For the scientists interviewed, the diagnosis is without appeal. Environmental upheavals are the major causes of epidemics and pandemics. Some 20 researchers are filmed in the course of their research, but also in their interaction with local communities. In the field, in Asia, Africa, America, scientists and locals try to understand how and to what extent health and biodiversity are linked, closely linked. In this documentary, we learn that the species most likely to transmit new pathogens to us are the same ones that thrive when diversity diminishes. The more biodiversity we lose, the more epidemics we have. Science has shown that epidemics are becoming more and more frequent, so we can expect ever more of them. The documentary warns us that if we continue to destroy our planet, we will experience an epidemic of pandemics, because biodiversity plays a protective role for humans. So we need to rethink the way we live so that damage to the environment is kept to a minimum. We are the problem, not the animals. Turning now to the consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic, let us talk about the most vulnerable in our society. The leader of the Bloc Québécois, member for Belleuil-Chambly, clearly stated his thoughts, and I quote, "My thoughts go out to the most vulnerable, whom the pandemic has made even more vulnerable. People who live in isolation, in poverty, in anxiety, who suffer even more and are made ever more fragile." Madam Speaker, I'm going to talk to you about another film linked to the member for Bailleul-Chambly's words. It's not a documentary, it's a realistic film about the isolation experienced by seniors. This dramatic film, entitled Tu ne sauras jamais, You'll Never Know in English, was directed by Robin Aubert and Julie Roy. The camera work is effective, and the film's slow pace makes us realize what seniors went through during the pandemic: isolation, cold meals, distract, and lack of care staff. Martineau, 88 years of age, plays the elderly man isolated in his long-term care home during the COVID-19 pandemic. A senior who does everything in his power to see the woman he loves one last time. Martineau is not an actor. Don't search him on IMDb. He's a citizen of Repentigny. He votes Bloc. He auditioned and proved himself to be the best at touching us directly in our hearts and convincing us, even if he's not a professional actor. He did an excellent work. There are so many tragedies, especially among seniors. And what about seniors who have stayed in their homes or apartments? Boredom, loneliness, illness, fear. So there are those who died, those who lived in isolation, and those who survived in fear. Now on to the workers, those in the healthcare sector. And as I said at the start of the speech, those who could not be protected by working from home, those who are too often forgotten because they are too invisible to us. We're here, we do things too fast in our society. We don't look around us to see what the people around us are up to, these essential workers around us. But I will come back to it in a few minutes, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, the frontline healthcare workers. All healthcare workers, nurses, doctors, attendants, all of whom put their lives at risk to care for the patients of COVID-19. We are eternally grateful to them. It wasn't easy for them either. Everyone felt fear. So imagine the fear felt by these carers that were on the front line, helping sick individuals directly. Then there were young people. This group was, yes, less affected by the virus in terms of deaths, but the collective sacrifice demanded by the health restrictions deprived many of them of the opportunity to meet others at a pivotal moment in their lives. And so our thoughts must also be with them. We need to thank them for their courage and resilience at this time. The scientific community must also be noted, although always imperfect by definition. Explanations provided by our scientists enlightened our debates and answered our questions and concerns throughout the pandemic. And we are fortunate to have been able to count on them and to still be able to count on scientists. My colleague for Vancouver West talked about how important science is to better understand everything. Finally, those I mentioned earlier, the invisible workers. Very often women, very often young people. For example, cashiers in grocery stores, pharmacy workers, those who place products on shelves, delivery drivers, cleaners, site workers, subway and bus drivers. All examples of people who are essential, who were essential to the pandemic and that are still essential to the smooth running of our society, but who are all too often invisible and forgotten. The pandemic was the moment to shine a light on these individuals who far too often work in the shadows. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, do we truly want to go through this again? Do we truly want to mourn many more deaths? Do we truly want to relive fear and isolation? Now, to go back to the beginning of my speech, without biodiversity, there can be no life. Our destinies are intimately linked. If we preserve biodiversity, we reduce the risks and impacts on global warming and therefore on our health. But we have to change now. Otherwise, we will be on the same path to extinction as the animal species that are now threatened. Biodiversity is our home, and we can still save our home if we act now. This requires courage on the part of politicians. Will we have that courage? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And today I stand up on behalf of the residents of Port Moody, Coquitlam, and Morin-Belcarra to respect the reality of the losses they suffered during the COVID-19 pandemic. I want to take this time to honor the lives of their family members lost during the pandemic and recognize that many of them died alone in those early days. I want to acknowledge the family members who could not be with their loved ones and still have not been able to heal from that trauma. I see you and I recognize how hard that was and how hard it remains. At a National Pensioners Federation meeting recently, I heard from seniors from across the country who said the hardest part of the pandemic was that they had friends and loved ones pass in hospitals or in long-term care homes, and that it is heartbreaking for those that have passed and heartbreaking for those left behind that could not say goodbye in person. These are the realities of the pandemic then and that stay with us now. And I want to just take a moment here to follow up on something that my colleague from Vancouver Kingsway said earlier is, this is the time, although this is the Pandemic Observance Day bill, this is the time for the Liberals to really step forward and make sure that they do the work and take the responsibility for living up to the Confidence and Supply Agreement and getting those national standards for long-term care. No person in Canada should die in long-term care on a preventable disease. The recognition of the hurt people suffered during the COVID-19 can be recognized in S209 by having this Pandemic Observance Day each year, and that is why the NDP are supporting. I want to note, though, that, Madam Speaker, that caregivers also suffered during the pandemic. For nurses and long-term care workers, their work was and is exceptional. And I know that they deserve better wages, better working conditions, and much more respect. The NDP will continue to fight for them. They will fight for you. Caregivers that are watching this speech tonight, we will continue to fight for you. The care economy and the treatment of care workers in Canada is an ongoing crisis. Care, paid and unpaid, is the backbone of Canada's economy, and it employs 1 in 5 Canadians. The physical, psychological, and emotional care of people is essential work and needs to be recognized and compensated appropriately. Yet it isn't. It isn't in Canada because of gender discrimination. Women are overrepresented in care and in the care economy, and according to Statistics Canada, they comprise 80% of workers in health occupations, 68% of teacher roles and professorships, and more than 95% of childcare workers are women. All are underpaid and undervalued by our society and economy, our governments, Madam Speaker. I shouldn't say our society, I should say these governments, Liberals and Conservatives before them. This needs to change. This is wrong. The pandemic has showed us that neglecting care workers as an underpinning of our economy, a hidden area of the economy that has not received the recognition that it deserves, hurts society and hurts our healthcare system. Especially we see this in Conservative-led provinces where childcare and healthcare are fodder of private profiteers. Along with gender discrimination, racism is intertwined within the care economy's systems too. Immigration policies for care workers are designed to control access to status and citizenship. Newcomers, undocumented and low-income women are especially vulnerable to the exploitation and precarious working conditions of care. Black and Filipino women are overrepresented within the care economy, and they are some of the most exploited workers in Canada. This needs to change, and this Liberal government can make that change. Today, the NDP support status for all. The pandemic has shown that care workers are essential. Immigrant care workers deserve their status, and they should also be able to bring their families to Canada. The collective prejudice towards care workers has resulted in an unfounded belief that care work is unskilled work and therefore cannot receive better compensation. This too is wrong. Now is the time for the Liberal government to step up and end discrimination of care work. It's time for them to do the work required to improve working conditions for nurses and other care economy workers, and to immediately fulfill their promise to make the Canada Caregiver refundable for any family caring for loved ones at home, to compensate some of that unpaid work that all of our society relies on. First Lady Rosalind Carter, who passed recently, is quoted as saying, "There are only 4 kinds of people in the world: those who have been caregivers, those who are currently caregivers, and those who will be caregivers, and those who need caregivers." The COVID-19 pandemic certainly proved that. Caregivers have gone above and beyond to support our communities, but while many stepped up to help their community, partisan politicians used it as an opportunity to advance their ideologies. Easy public health measures like masks were politicized and weaponized in our community. And as the disability critic, I can tell you that a rejection of that simple gesture to keep people safe left the most vulnerable at risk. Persons with disabilities have spoken out about the reality of being socially isolated and experiencing worsening anxiety and depression during the pandemic, because even a trip to the grocery store was not safe with a lack of masks. The isolation has been particularly acute for folks living with disabilities who were medically advised to reduce their contacts with others, and for people living with mobility restrictions or who were and are immune compromised. Today, we are seeing that the effects of increased loneliness and what 2 years of socialization has had a profound impact on the mental health of society. At this time, the Liberals have continued to hold back national funding for mental health resources. This is unconscionable, Madam Speaker, and to leave low-income individuals unable to connect to private counselling, which is all that's available to them, is leaving them behind. I'll echo my NDP colleague from Courtenay Alberni by saying the Liberals need to live up to their promise and spend the billions they are holding back on for mental health funding. In addition, with the reality of long COVID, I must mention that the Liberals are also withholding implementing the Canada Disability Benefit. This too must change. It is unacceptable that in this time of rising costs of living, that the Liberals would leave persons with disabilities behind, and that they would not recognize how the pandemic has exacerbated their lived reality. Before I close, Madam Speaker, how much time do I have left? 2 minutes? I want to take a moment to recognize the incredible work that community members in the riding of Port Moody, Coquitlam, and Morin Belcarra did during the pandemic to rescue and redirect good, healthy food. Organizations like Tri-City Mums Group, United Way, Immigrant Link Centre Society, City Reach, and the People's Pantry all stepped up to ensure food from restaurants that needed to close, airlines that canceled flight, and food suppliers who had excess food was redistributed and not wasted. That work continues today as, unfortunately, more and more Canadians are forced to the food bank. And that is because this Liberal government and the Conservatives before them cut and gut affordable housing for decades. So in this time of pandemic observance, I'll close by saying that the NDP supports this bill, but that the Liberal government needs to implement the standard of care that I mentioned, that they need to revisit extending that CEBA loan that we've asked for, and that they need to really get to work on improving the working conditions for caregivers in this country. People in our communities deserve no less. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's wonderful to be here this evening with all my colleagues as the House has returned for its first week back at sitting. Madam Speaker, before I begin, I just wanted to just say one or two personal remarks. This morning, I was able to return back to my riding for, a wonderful announcement with the Attorney General and the Public Safety Minister, and also with the Premier of Ontario and a number of his cabinet ministers. in relations to an investment we're making to tackle gun and gang violence. When I returned, I found out that, back to riding, that a very good family, friends of ours, and my wife and I, who we've known for near 10 years in the riding, who are just their family to us, and vice versa. The patriarch of the family passed away, and so I was able to go to the visitation this afternoon. I rearranged the schedule like we all do in the house, and I was able to pay my respects to this family, who are just dear, dear, dear friends of mine. You know, the funeral's tomorrow morning, and I pay my respects this evening, but I just wanted to say to Dominic and Carm, their sons Matthew and Michael, and their wives Mia and Vanessa, and the grandchildren and all their siblings, that their patriarch, the grandfather Serafino, who, much like millions of immigrants and newcomers that have come to this country, came to Canada for the opportunity that Canada's provided all of us. So to them and to their family, you're in my thoughts. He lived a full and one tough son of a gun, as we know from that generation. Madame la Présidente, my condolences to them. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to talk about Bill S-209, an act respecting Pandemic Observance Day. I am also pleased to announce the government's support of this bill. It is not often that bills are tabled in the House that we can all rally around, but I think this is one of those times. Bill S-209 proposes to designate March 11th as Pandemic Observance Day throughout Canada. It was on March 11th, 2020, the World Health Organization declared COVID-19 a global pandemic. What is this day all about then? First and foremost, it is a day to honor over 6.8 million people who have died of COVID-19 globally, more than 51,000 of which were in Canada. Take a moment to let those words and those numbers sink in. COVID-19 is now the deadliest disaster in Canadian history, excluding acts of war. It has surpassed the 1918 influenza pandemic, which led to nearly 50,000 deaths in Canada. Imagine in early March 2020, if someone had suggested that 51,000 people living in Canada would be gone forever due to this terrible virus. It would have been unfathomable. But here we are, Madame la Présidente, almost 4 years and too many deaths later. Collectively, we have lost friends, parents, grandparents, and siblings. Nothing can change that, but a Pandemic Observance Day can help us acknowledge these profound losses. Let this day forever be a formal recognition of our collective grief. This day would also be an opportunity for us to recognize all frontline workers who experience higher risks of COVID-19 exposure in their work environment while ensuring continuity of critical services. The pandemic has placed unprecedented pressures and demands on Canada's health workforce and healthcare system. Since March 2020, healthcare professionals have extended themselves to meet the increased demands of COVID-19, but they are now stretched dangerously thin. Reports of burnout are increasing. A significant number of healthcare professionals, particularly nurses, are considering leaving their profession altogether. Studies have shown that frontline workers are more likely to screen positive for post-traumatic stress disorder, generalized anxiety disorder, and/or major depressive disorder than those who are not frontline workers. The pandemic has contributed to labor shortages across Canada, but more critically, in the healthcare sector. Without human health resources, there is simply no healthcare, Madame la Présidente. Without those brave men and women who are nurses, emergency room workers, ambulance attendants, there is no healthcare. While this symbolic day of observance will not fix these problems, recognizing this outstanding group of Canadians would signal how grateful Canadians are for their work and dedication. Finally, Madame la Présidente, this day of observance will acknowledge the serious impact that COVID-19 has had on the health of Canada's population, both health and nutritional sense, and of course mental health. While deaths are the ultimate irreversible consequences of the pandemic, millions of Canadians have contracted and continue to contract COVID-19. Over 4.5 million cases have been confirmed in Canada, but we all know that this is a gross underestimate since the emergence of the Omicron variant in December 2021, when we begin to increasingly rely on at-home rapid testing. By now, we have all had personal connections with people who have contracted the virus, some more than once. And while the majority of those infected will recover, some continue to experience ongoing physical and/or psychological symptoms. Based on the World Health Organization's estimate that at least 10% of those infected
develop post-COVID-19 condition, there could be thousands of Canadians who suffer from ongoing symptoms. Many consequences of this condition and its negative long-term impacts are yet to be understood, Madame la Présidente. In addition to the long-term physical impacts associated with contracting the virus, many Canadians also experience worsening mental health during the pandemic. For some, the pandemic experience was coupled with the stress of job loss, isolation from loved ones, restrictions on community and learning and recreational activities, and/or the need to balance work and caregiving responsibility. The breadth and depth of these challenges negatively affected feelings and perceptions of mental health and well-being of many Canadians, especially among women, younger Canadians, and frontline workers. Social distancing restrictions strained social ties, causing feelings of isolation and damaging mental health. Many people across the country have faced hardships as a result of the pandemic, as we all know, Madame la Présidente. Again, while a National Day observance will not solve these issues, it would at least signal the importance of recognizing our losses, while continuing to work towards understanding and addressing the health, socioeconomic, and broader consequences of COVID-19. I do hope that everyone here this evening can rally behind this bill. Since the pandemic was declared, COVID-19 has had an immeasurable impact on every single Canadian family. It has impacted the way we have all worked, learned, connected with friends and family, and lived our daily lives. It is important to recognize that this National Day of Observance is not prescriptive. Everyone will be able to commemorate this day as they wish, leaving room for the imagination and creativity of individuals and communities, and recognizing that there is a wide range of potential activities to memorialize this day. Individuals and groups can recognize this day in a way that will reflect the nature and intensity of their suffering, their needs, and their communities. For governments, this could be a day for reflection, a time for assessment of what worked and what did not. Madame la Présidente, as I finish up, every March 11th from here on forward will serve to remind Canadians of the tragic events and the display of solidarity and empathy within communities. It is a day to come together on what has been learned and how to collectively define a new way forward. Thank you for allowing me the time to talk about this bill this evening and to indicate this government's support for a pandemic observance day. Thank you, Madame la Présidente.
Hear, hear.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And what a striking piece of legislation we have in front of us from a Liberal Member of Parliament. In the same period here that the government has had their hands slapped by the court for the way they acted during the pandemic, we have a Liberal member that wants us to be aware and have an awareness day of the pandemic. By the way, it's sort of a running joke here, Madam Speaker, that the Liberals' solution to every problem, the go-to for every issue is an awareness day. And it's very rare that members of Parliament have an opportunity to actually bring forward a private member's bill for debate and a vote. But instead of putting forward substantive changes to the law, things that would impact people's lives, the member across the way, who's not a new member, I think, who's had a long time to think about what kind of private member's bill she would put forward, she chose an awareness day. As if anybody wasn't aware of the pandemic, Madam Speaker. But let's be aware of the pandemic. While we're here, while the member opposite has said, well, her biggest idea for a private member's bill is a day dedicated to awareness about the pandemic. Well, let's be aware of what happened during the pandemic, Madam Speaker. Let's be very aware. And let's be aware of what the federal court has now said about what this government did during the pandemic. Madam Speaker, we have a ruling from the federal court that the decision of the government to use the Emergencies Act during the pandemic was unconstitutional and was a violation of the Charter. You know, it's interesting because this government has, for a long time, tried to wrap itself in the Charter. But they have shown complete disdain for the Charter when it gets in the way of their desire to demonize people who disagree with them and to divide Canadians. This has become clear, that what typifies the value system of the Prime Minister is not the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, but his admiration for the basic dictatorships that he sees in other countries. That's been clear from what he said. That's been clear from what he did during the pandemic. So during the pandemic, we had very difficult situations, and governments around the world tried to grapple with how they could respond to the challenges, how they could adjust quickly to those realities. And I recall standing here in this place and making a simple recommendation. I said we should look to and learn from the countries that have been most successful at reducing transmission. And those tended to be our East Asian democratic partners, countries that put in place effective border measures at the beginning, that had built up the stockpile of necessary equipment, and that took a collaborative approach around things like masking and contact tracing. And I said that very clear at the beginning about how we should be learning from countries like Taiwan and South Korea. Unfortunately, the World Health Organization failed to engage with Taiwan in particular and learn from what Taiwan was doing well. And I asked questions in the House as well about that, Madam Speaker, about the failure of this government to engage with Taiwan and to push the World Health Organization to engage with Taiwan. And if you look at those early months, when the government said any limitations on what happens at the border would be unacceptable, they said. Representatives of the government said that masks didn't work. All kinds of things were said in the early weeks and months of the pandemic that the government subsequently reversed themselves on. And on some level, Madam Speaker, I think Canadians would have some sympathy for leaders who made mistakes in the early days of the pandemic if they had the humility to acknowledge that they didn't know everything, that they understood the challenges, and that they were doing their best to learn as things went along. But the government showed a complete lack of humility in relation to the differences of perspective that existed in the context of the pandemic. In fact, this government tried to marginalize and demonize those who had a different point of view. And that demonization escalated as the process went along. When vaccines became available, of course, Canadians were reading what they could, trying to understand, trying to learn about the approach they wanted to take and evaluate personal health choices in the context of the information that was coming out. But this Prime Minister tried to discriminate against and demonize people who chose not to get the vaccine. And particularly bizarrely, the Prime Minister tried to enforce a requirement where people who were working alone in the cabs of their trucks, who didn't have interactions with other people, for the most part, in the course of their work, the nature of their work was to sit behind a wheel by themselves and drive. Those people, the effect of the policy that he imposed was that they couldn't engage in cross-border trucking if they weren't vaccinated, and that provoked a strong response from Canadians. Not just the policy, but also the rhetoric, the name-calling against Canadians who had made different choices. And I think there was an opportunity for the Prime Minister to try to show leadership and to say, look, here's my view, here's the approach that we feel we have to take, but I understand this is difficult and I want to bring Canadians together. But he didn't take that approach. He wanted to try to divide Canadians for political reasons. And he had an opportunity again when protesters came to Ottawa to try to diffuse the situation, to try to listen to the conversations that were happening. But he persisted in trying to use these events politically, including through the draconian imposition of the Emergencies Act. Measures like it that hadn't been used since another Trudeau was Prime Minister. These draconian measures have since been determined by the court to be unconstitutional.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that the House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On December 14th, the Environment Minister admitted at committee to calling at least 5 senators on Bill C-234, a Conservative bill to remove the carbon tax from Canadian farmers. The minister promised to hand over a list of senators that he called. It's been 48 days, Madam Speaker, yet the minister has not provided the list. My question is very straightforward. Who did the minister call, and how did they vote?
Well, Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Je suis heureuse d'avoir l'occasion de participer au débat.
I'm happy to be able to participate in debate tonight and to explain once again to my colleagues why it is necessary to use carbon pricing.
A price on pollution is the right thing to do, not only for ourselves, but also for our children. When we consider all of the extreme weather events that impacted Canada recently, it appears quite clear that the time for action is now. Just last year, as a result of climate change, Canadians had to deal with catastrophic impacts of historic tornadoes, ice storms, wildfires, floods, etc. We could see the smoke right here in this chamber. And of course, these severe events that are becoming more and more frequent also have a toll on our infrastructure. The truth is that we have to act now to prevent this situation from getting even worse. The good news is that we know what to do and how to do it. Les experts s'accordent également.
Experts also agree to say that our approach, putting a price on carbon, is the best solution. In doing so, we are sending a clear message. Pollution is not free. It has a price. Without pollution pricing, how will we motivate people to reduce pollution?
Federal fuel charge applies. We return the bulk of the proceeds from the price on carbon to Canadians. In fact, 8 out of 10 households in these provinces are getting more money back through their quarterly climate action incentive payments than they pay as a result of our price on pollution. Under our government's plan, this means that a family of 4 living in one of these provinces can receive up to $1,500 while also fighting climate change. At the same time, we understand that it continues to be a tough time financially for many Canadian families, as elevated global inflation is unfortunately still a reality. However, we can see that things are slowly getting better. Inflation is at 3.4%, down from its peak of 8.1%, and wage growth has now outpaced inflation for 11 months in a row. Par ailleurs, les économistes du secteur.
Economists from the private sector agree that in order for that Canada needs to avoid a recession, and that the OCDE believes that Canada will have the strongest growth of the G7 countries. But clearly, many Canadians still need support to make ends meet. And this is why we are implementing new measures to make life more affordable.
In our fall economic statement, our government continues to deliver an economic plan that supports a strong middle class, from building more homes faster to taking concrete action to help stabilize prices, make life more affordable, and protect Canadians with mortgages. Let me give you an example. Our government understands that Canadians are getting really frustrated with the price of groceries, and we want to give them some relief at the checkout. That's why we amended the Competition Act to enhance competition in the grocery sector. This will help bring down costs and ensure that Canadians have more choice in where they buy their groceries. We also amended the Competition Act to empower the Competition Bureau to block collaborations that stifle competition and consumer choice. particularly in situations where large grocers prevent smaller competitors from establishing operations nearby. This will help save money for Canadians for other priorities.
For Dauphin and Swan River, Nipawin.
I don't know what to say, Madam Speaker. This is insane. I mean, I asked a very simple question about a carbon tax in the Bill 234. I heard about the Competition Act. Has nothing to do with carbon tax. I don't even know how that is. I asked, like, pricing of pollution, making life more affordable. Bill C-234 is going to cost Canadian farmers $1 billion. How is that making it more affordable? Why did this member choose not to answer the question? Why did she read the Prime Minister's office? Why didn't the minister come down and answer these questions? Canadian farmers want to know. Canadians want to know. Why is this carbon tax costing them so much? It's dragging our whole country down. And this member, I'm sorry to say, chose to blow off Canadians. Just ignore the whole process. So I'll ask
the Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, Canadians can see around them every day the cost of not acting on climate change, with forest fires and with violent storms and tornadoes. Les phénomènes météorologiques violents.
Climate events are becoming more and more frequent because of climate change, and they have significant effects on our infrastructure and Canada's economy.
Putting a price on pollution is the right approach to fight climate change, and the best part is that the bulk of the proceeds go back to Canadians. However, we understand that many Canadians are struggling with elevated inflation, and that's why we are moving forward also with measures to make life more affordable. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Spadina-Fort York.
Madam Speaker, we're here this evening to try to understand why the Minister of International Development was such a stalwart defender of UNRWA and get clarity for Canadians on how their hard-earned taxpayer dollars are being used. When I asked the government last year on December 14, 2023, about the $10 million in additional taxpayer dollars they pledged to UNRWA in spite of evidence on the misuse of international aid by Hamas, instead of treating it with the seriousness that it deserves, the minister accused me of making, quote, political points, end quote. Madam Speaker, it's not political to want to ensure Canadian tax dollars are not being used to fund terrorism. It's the government's moral and legal duty. In the minister's response, he noted that he, quote, had numerous meetings with the head of UNRWA, Mr. Lazzarini, end quote, and emphasized that he will continue to work with, quote, trusted agencies like UNRWA, end quote. Well, Madam Speaker, I'd like to tell the minister and the federal government about their trusted agency. On October 7th, 6 UNRWA workers were part of a wave of Hamas militants who killed 1,200 people. 2 UNRWA workers also helped to kidnap Israelis. Just 2 days ago, the Wall Street Journal reported that intelligence estimates around 1,200 of UNRWA's roughly 12,000 employees in Gaza have links to Hamas or Palestinian Islamic Jihad. Madam Speaker, that's 1 in 10 employees at the minister's trusted agency. And about half have close relatives who belong to Islamist militant groups. The report also stated 23%, or nearly 1 in 4, of UNRWA male employees had ties to Hamas. An Arabic teacher at UNRWA is said to be a Hamas militant commander who took part in a terrorist attack on Kibbutz Be'eri where 97 people were killed and about 26 were kidnapped and taken as hostages. In 2017, the former head of UNRWA's union was fired after he was elected to Hamas's top political leadership. An UNRWA math teacher belonging to Hamas was close enough to a female hostage in Gaza that he took a picture of her. Another teacher was carrying an anti-tank missile the night before the invasion. Is that part of the trusted agency curriculum? Since October 7th, Hamas has stolen more than $1 million worth of UNRWA supplies, including fuel and trucks. An intelligence assessment claims Hamas operatives are so deeply enmeshed within the UNRWA aid delivery enterprise that they coordinate transfers for the organization. Madam Speaker, does any of this sound like an agency to be trusted? UNRWA is an organization full of hate, and they have been indoctrinating generations of innocent Palestinians to hate Jews. I've been reading excerpts of UNRWA's textbooks, and I cannot believe what they have been teaching. Did you know, Madam Speaker, teachers are required to punish students who do not directly connect Judaism to murder? Did you know terrorists are glorified as role models? That suicide bombings and cutting the necks of the enemy are glorified? Therefore, Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask the government if they still believe UNRWA is a trusted agency and why Canadian taxpayers are footing the bill to support UNRWA when this so-called humanitarian agency participates in the operations and murderous actions of Hamas, a listed terrorist organization. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canada mourns the loss of innocent Israeli and Palestinian lives in this conflict. We express our condolences to all families and communities affected by this violence. Canada unequivocally condemns the brutal terrorist attacks perpetrated by Hamas against Israel on October 7th. Nothing can justify these acts of terror and the killing, maiming, and abduction of civilians. At the same time, Madam Speaker, we are horrified by the humanitarian crisis in Gaza and its impact on civilians. All parties to the conflict have an obligation to allow and facilitate the rapid and unimpeded access of humanitarian relief for civilians. Canada calls for a resumption of humanitarian pauses and supports urgent international efforts toward a sustainable ceasefire. Throughout this conflict, we have based our decisions on the innocent civilians involved in this conflict. As the situation continues, it is vital that life-saving humanitarian relief can reach Palestinian civilians in need. We have demonstrated Canada's commitment to helping support the agencies that are working hard to help people in Gaza. To date, Canada has announced $100 million in humanitarian assistance to address the urgent needs of vulnerable civilians impacted by this crisis. We were the first Western country to announce an increase in our aid to Palestinian civilians. With regard to UNRWA, Canada is deeply alarmed by the allegations that some staff members were involved in Hamas's brutal terrorist attacks against Israel on October 7th. As a result, we announced an immediate pause of any additional funding to UNRWA. These allegations are extremely serious, and we look forward to the investigation into them. In addition, UNRWA has committed to an independent review of the organization. We will continue to work with the agency and other donors to support the investigation into these serious and deeply concerning allegations while maintaining our commitment to helping the most vulnerable Palestinian civilians in the region. We recognize that civilians' need for humanitarian assistance is growing by the hour.
Since the very beginning of the crisis, our position has always been and continues to be founded upon the strong conviction that Gaza needs help. UNRWA is taking part in this inquiry, but Canada will continue to support the people in Gaza.
In humanitarian assistance to help the most vulnerable Palestinian civilians. This funding will help Canada's partners to provide food, water, emergency medical assistance, protection services, and other life-saving assistance. As is the case for all humanitarian and development funding to Palestinians, our additional assistance will be subject to our robust, enhanced due diligence process to ensure that no funding gets into the hands of terrorist groups like Hamas. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Spadina Fort York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Parliamentary Secretary said a key word that the Minister said, which is no additional funding. And the question that Canadians have is, so how much funding has been extended to date? And has funding been accelerated up and until that announcement was made? Furthermore, what steps will this government take to ensure that money does not make its way to aiding and abetting terrorists? UNRWA is Hamas, and Hamas is UNRWA. So if we want to help people in need, as I think everyone would want, money should be going to dedicated agencies that have not been infiltrated, as UNRWA has, by Hamas. So I ask, again, additional funding? When was funding extended? And how much more has been given in advance of the alleged pause?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This is a very serious situation. The Minister acted immediately last week to pause funding to UNRWA. A pause means a pause. It means that going forward, no Canadian funding will flow to UNRWA as the investigation unfolds. In the meantime, our humanitarian commitment to helping the most vulnerable Palestinian civilians in the region remains unwavering. We are going to continue working with partners in the region to ensure that life-saving aid gets to those vulnerable civilians, and I encourage the member to support us in this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So back in November, I asked the Minister of Employment if he was going to stand up for his constituents in Edmonton Centre and vote with the opposition on its motion to carve out the carbon tax for home heating for his constituents in Alberta, as well as all other Canadians. And the answer I got was very disappointing. It was a bunch of a bizarre sort of pivot to a defense of their corporate welfare system, wherein the government of Canada is, it looks a lot like they're being fleeced by profitable companies through their subsidy system. But it had nothing to do with my question. My question was not even answered remotely, and so here we are tonight with a chance to have a redo on this question. So I asked, would that member stand up for Canadians and vote with the opposition to axe the tax and relieve Canadians from the carbon tax on home heating? The same day, or certainly the same week, I don't remember if it was the same day or not, I also raised a question with about the member for Calgary Skyview and asked whether or not he would be given a free vote and be permitted to represent his constituents who so plainly and obviously need relief from the carbon tax. We had a bitter cold snap, Madam Speaker, in Alberta. We had temperatures in Calgary get close to -40. I'm told it was even a little colder maybe at one point in Edmonton. And people need to heat their homes. And the carbon tax makes this more expensive for Canadians. And we all know this. The Liberal caucus knows this. Their Atlantic Canadian members know this. And so that's why they demanded of their own government that they have a carve-out for home heating for Atlantic Canadians. So we know now that the government has explicitly admitted that the exemption for Atlantic Canadians was pure politics. It had nothing to do with the relative cost or carbon efficiency of an oil-heated furnace. It had to do with politics. We know this because the Minister for Rural Economic Development told a national television audience that their government heard from the Atlantic Liberal caucus, and that if other Canadians, Prairie Canadians, for example, wanted a carbon tax carve-out, that they would have to elect more Liberals. She said the quiet part out loud and told all Canadians that it's all about politics, and that because they have an Atlantic caucus facing the prospect of massive defeat in the next election, which will be fought on issues of affordability and the carbon tax and the extent to which the carbon tax makes life unaffordable for Canadians, they gave Atlantic Canadians this carve-out. And as it turned out, the member for Edmonton Centre and the member for Calgary Skyview did not stand up for their constituents. They, in fact, voted against the Conservative opposition motion, which would have given carbon tax relief to Canadians, to all Canadians, regardless of where they live and regardless of what kind of furnace they happen to have in their home. And Madam Speaker, we have been clear on this side right from the beginning that the carbon tax is not an environmental plan, it is a tax plan. And
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it is a pleasure this evening to be answering a question from the member of Calgary Rocky Ridge, who is a former classmate of mine from the University of Calgary. I also very much welcome the opportunity to once again clarify how having a price on carbon and making sure that it is no longer free to pollute is the most effective way of addressing climate change and curtailing its devastating effects on both the health and safety of Canadians and the preservation of Canada's natural beauty. Les Canadiens méritent des mesures.
Canadians deserve measures to deal with the costs of climate change while making life more affordable for Canadians. And that is what our government is doing.
Experts and research that the most effective and efficient way to address climate change is to put a price on carbon pollution emissions that are the chief cause of man-made climate change. It encourages savings across the economy while giving households and businesses the flexibility to decide when and how to make changes. It creates incentives for Canadian business to develop and adopt new low-carbon products, processes, and services. And it is both effective and affordable for consumers. That's because the bulk of proceeds from the price on carbon pollution goes straight back into the pockets of Canadians and provinces where the fuel charge applies, with 8 out of 10 households in these provinces continuing to get more money back through their quarterly climate action incentive payments than they pay as a result of the federal pollution pricing system. In provinces where the federal system applies, a family of 4 can receive up to $1,500 a year under our plan. Our government understands that we need to maintain the price signal that over the long term is necessary for carbon pricing to work and bring emissions down. But at the same time, we've also shown that we're willing to be flexible and innovative in supporting options that will go even further to cut down on climate pollution in the long run. Nous avons pris des mesures temporaires et
We have taken targeted temporary measures with respect to heating oil in order to encourage consumers to find cleaner options and more affordable ones that will help them save thousands of dollars.
This will make life more affordable in the right way while supporting the goal of achieving a prosperous, low-carbon future for all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Madam Speaker, yes, indeed. This parliamentary secretary and I did go to university together, and as a former Calgarian, she is uniquely in a unique position to know if she has any connection left to the city, just how extraordinarily unpopular her government and its carbon tax policy is in that community, which goes to why I asked about the member from Edmonton Centre, about the member from Calgary Skyview, and their responsibility to represent their constituents. If this carbon tax was so effective and so affordable and thus acceptable to Canadians, and if she is correct about the numbers, then why is the PBO completely undermined the arguments she's made about its affordability for Canadians, but more so, why the carve-out? The carve-out for Atlantic Canadians was pure politics, and the absence of one for Albertans is also politics.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I know that Calgarians, like most Canadians, care deeply about the future for our children and about our natural environment. We know that we can make life more affordable for Canadians without destroying our environment. Nous apportons donc ce soutien.
So we are giving support where it is most effective and to those who most need it. We have also taken measures to help people deal with the federal heating tax.
Heat pump affordability program to increase the amount of federal funding that eligible homeowners can receive for installing a heat pump from $10,000 to $15,000. And it includes doubling the Climate Action Incentive Payment rural top-up rate, increasing it from 10 to 20% of the baseline amount starting in April. We will continue to implement our pollution pricing system while ensuring that we continue to put more money into the pockets of Canadian households. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.